Hi everyone, welcome to the session. Thanks for joining. I see lots of participants joining in. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for the ASEAN Regional Dialogue on the role of public procurement in achieving SDGs. This is the fourth session. I'm Monica from Q Design and I will be your technical facilitator today. The chat function is available for this session if you wish to share any thoughts or interventions. We also have live language interpretation available today from English to Indonesian and Indonesian to English. To use the interpretation feature, please click on the globe icon at the bottom of your Zoom window and select the language of choice. Please note that the session today is recorded. If you have any questions about Zoom or require technical assistance, please feel free to raise your hand or drop a message into the chat box. I will now hand over today's MC, Sarah Janzel. Sarah, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. On behalf of UNDP and my colleagues in FairBiz, it's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the second day of a regional procurement dialogue, the role of public procurement in achieving the SDGs, an ASEAN regional dialogue. Organized in partnership with UN Women, Open Government Partnership, Infrastructure Transparency Initiative, COST, and Open Contracting Partnership. The FairBiz project is supported by the UK government as an economic reform program. My name is Sarah Danzeo, and I'm the business engagement specialist at FairBiz, promoting a fair business environment in ASEAN. For you today, we have an insightful and engaging agenda. Distinguished speakers and experts will provide insights on gender-responsive procurement, procurement risks, collective action approach, and then we will end with a visionary discussion with the all dialogues participating moderators. To moderate the next session, the importance of gender-responsive procurement, we have the pleasure of having Katja Freewald. Katja is the program manager of We Empower Asia. She leads UN Women's Commitment under the Economic Empowerment and Migration focused in Asia and the Pacific. She oversees We Empower Asia that aims to increase the number of women who lead and participate in business China, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. And now, without further ado, I will leave the floor to Katja.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and a very warm welcome to everyone. Straight after lunch here in Bangkok, but I hope everyone is energized wherever you are dialing in from. As you can see on the picture here, we're going to have a very exciting panel with us today to discuss what I find a very important subject within the context or wider context of procurement, what the regional dialogue is about. I'm going to be talking about the importance of gender-responsive procurement and look how this is a way to advance women's entrepreneurship. And before I introduce you to the really excellent and very passionate leaders in our panel today, I would like to turn it first to all of you. And I know one of the topics has been digitization as well during this dialogue, and still going to be in the future of the day. So let's make sure that we are a good example, and let's get connected on Mentimeter. We would like to hear a little bit more on who's joining us for today's dialogue and with who are we speaking. So if everyone would like to just go to mentimeter.com and add the code 63573356, or just very simply get the QR code scanned, and we're gonna have 2-3 questions to get us started and to get to know each other much better. If people cannot join Mentimeter, please also just use the chat function, a quick hello, let us know from where you're joining us from and what kind of organization. And let's see, we see a couple of people joining. I think we have more than 130 participants, which is great. But let's make sure that we also get them on our Mentimeter. So as I said, I'll be joining you today from Bangkok, but our panelists are actually joining us from all over the region here in Asia and the Pacific. And to no surprise, I think the audience, while we get everyone slowly on Mentimeter here, is mainly from Southeast Asia, South Asia. We're going to keep this open for a little bit because we're going to have more interactions through Mentimeter throughout the whole 1 hour that we have together. And it would be great if you all could connect, so we make sure that we can really make this a dialogue, as the name says, and not make this a frontal panel conversation. So also we're seeing we have good amount of government representative. This is a regional dialogue about public procurement and the role of government, but I'm really excited that we're going to be speaking about the role of the private sector today as well, and we'll have exciting speakers from that sector with us today. Okay. And I see some of you have been already a bit more advanced and starting to add in a little bit more into the next question. So the topic gender responsive procurement, we know that this is a topic which is still relatively new in our region. And while we have really good practices and front-running organizations working on this, we still feel there's a lot to be done and a lot of understanding and knowledge to be created. So we would like to see where everyone stands and what comes to your mind when we speak about gender responsive procurement. Just share with us thoughts. So I see progressive, equality, inclusion comes out, sensitivity, interesting. Women-owned businesses, definitely we're going to be talking about women-owned businesses. Inclusion is what everything centers us around here, looking at the word cloud. Necessary, economic growth, we will be looking indeed also in the opportunities that gender responsive procurement offers for the economy in Asia and the Pacific. Private-public cooperation, definitely gonna speak about this as well. While we keep this a little bit more open, and please keep adding in, I'll have to move and share a little bit more, but we would really like to make this also a document and input for us to really understand and see where the region is. So stay on the link and keep adding in while I'm gonna just move on and just wanna start off very quickly with the project, which is hosting today's session as a part of the dialogue, which is called We Empower Asia. And thank you, Sarah, for setting the scene so excellently. So this is a program which UN Women and the European Union are jointly running, and it's all about transforming the business world or the business sector in Asia and the Pacific to be more gender responsive, and particularly focusing on 7 countries, as you see here. And the key objective of this program is to really increase the number of women who participate and lead in business. And I'm not going to show the whole sort of program design, but I just want to highlight 2 elements which we are working on. So one is really working with corporates together to become more gender responsive. And on the other side, working also with the entrepreneurship ecosystem in our region and help this to become more gender responsive as well, and particularly working with women-owned businesses. And one way that we are doing this is really advancing the area of gender responsive procurement, where it is all about linking businesses or linking women-owned businesses to markets, or really helping companies to become more gender responsive themselves. So that's why the We Empower Asia is really pleased to host this session today. And moving on, as you've heard yesterday already, and I think in a lot of the discussions throughout the dialogue, it's all about looking at procurement in the context of the SDGs on how can procurement be a force for good to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. And certainly the area of gender responsive procurement has an important role to play here. While it's touching on multiple SDGs, I'm just going to point out 3 very prominent ones where this is placed in the SDGs. So definitely, I think very obviously SDG 5, advancing gender equality, gender responsive procurement is a force to do that. SDG 8 to really increase decent work opportunities and stimulate economic growth is definitely something what procurement does, and gender responsive procurement in a more equitable way. And last but not least, the area on responsible consumption and production, and particularly SDG target 12.7 on sustainable procurement practices, is spot on when we are speaking about gender responsive procurement. Yet there are so many linkages to the SDG. There are a lot of discussions and conversations and alignments around what is gender responsive procurement and how do we define that. For the purpose of today's meeting or this webinar and conversation with you, I'm just gonna align us behind one definition, and I'm sure we're gonna hear from the speakers the challenges that they are facing in their work to really get alignment behind definitions. But from our perspective, gender responsive procurement is the sustainable selection of services and goods that consider the impact on gender equality and women's empowerment. And there are two areas that practitioners in the field are for the moment really looking at too, on what describes gender responsive procurement very practically. On the one hand, we are speaking about sourcing from women-owned businesses, and I'm not going to go in the definition here. I think everybody can have a look at this on the screen, and it's a definition that the majority has aligned behind of practitioners. So IFC definition on women-owned businesses. But also we are expanding when we are looking at gender responsive procurement. We are discussing not only on how to directly source only from women-owned businesses, which is a huge important step that we need to increase that number, as you will hear in a second. But we are also looking, and we will be hearing from speakers today, on how can we work with companies to become more gender responsive, so that if we're procuring from these companies or suppliers, that we automatically also look at the gender impact on them. So that's, I think, just to put us all on the same frame around gender responsive procurement. And I see already there's some comments in the chat as well. Please keep that conversation open. If there are questions as well, add them in. We'll try to really address them while we go through the presentation and the conversation. Last but not least, before the last step, before we really get into the conversation with our exciting panel, I thought it would be still good to share some data on where we stand on gender responsive procurement in the world and in the region. And the first thing I have to say, data is a big gap, and we need more data. We need more data in the world, but we need particularly more data in our region. And we will be hearing also from colleagues from ADB in a second. Procurement Women and ADB, the Asian Development Bank, are for the moment also conducting some landscaping reports and knowledge products to really get more evidence and get more understanding on how the situation on gender responsive procurement is in our region. But a couple of facts that we know already. As I said, sourcing from women-owned businesses is one dimension, and many of these women-owned businesses are within the SME sector. And the SME sector, as we all know, everyone that is practitioner in procurement, is the backbone of Asia's economy. More than 98% of the economy is formed from SMEs. And within that ecosystem, or within that base of SMEs, 60% in our region are micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Now that sounds a big number, but one of the things to be also highlighted, a lot of this are micro informal enterprises as well. And many of these women-owned enterprises are not connected to market, to supply chains, and are not participating equally in supply chains and in procurement schemes, if you want to put it really narrowed down. Why is this? And we will be hearing from others more and more that there are several barriers for women-owned businesses. But just to kind of say, in general, in the region, there's a big finance gap for SMEs in general. And 59% of this can be attributed to credit constraints that are faced by women-owned businesses. Now, that sounds a bit depressing, but honestly speaking, there is a big opportunity. And I know we speak a lot about public and the role of government. Just want to put out this number, which is a global number. 20% of global GDP comes from public procurement. So there's a huge opportunity if we structure this as one part next to private procurement in a more equitable way. This will really have a big impact on the SDGs overall. And there's a long way to go. And that's the last statistic to be shared. For the moment, at global level, procurement spend that goes to women-owned businesses, as well on the public and on the private side, is 1%. 1%, just kind of listen to this, 1%. So there is room for improvement. And that's what we're going to be discussing today. What needs to be done to really move forward on gender responsive procurement? And with no further ado, I'm going to really start getting into our panel discussion. In the sake of time, I'm not going to introduce everyone right now, but I just want to go one by one and really include everyone in the conversation. And I'm going to be starting with Samantha Hung, who's the chief gender equity of the thematic group in ADB. And Amanda, sorry for that little hiccup here, but we had the pleasure to work together very strongly with ADB. And as I said already, ADB is spearheading with us together a joint publication, which is coming out hopefully by the end of the year. But also a lot of work has been done by ADB to really advancing gender responsive procurement. It would be really great, Samantha, if you could really shine a little bit of light on what and why is ADB investing so much in gender responsive procurement? I'm a big fan of action. Please share us also a little bit what concretely have you been doing in some of the countries in the region. Over to you, Samantha.
Sure. I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much, Katja, for the opportunity, firstly, to join this panel and speak about this topic. As you already mentioned, we're working together on this regional research, and we really appreciate this collaboration because we see it as an important first step towards, really getting it proper data and a proper benchmark. And from that, we can actually work towards new opportunities to support women-owned businesses. So we really look forward to the results from that work. I think it's important to talk about what ADB is doing in the gender responsive procurement space to really situate it in our support for women's entrepreneurship as a whole. And we've been long committed to supporting women's entrepreneurship, which means addressing some of the gender barriers and the wide ecosystem issues which enable women's entrepreneurship to thrive. We've been doing that through working with our development member country governments, as well as private sector partners, for example, financial institutions, to introduce concrete measures and targets that can help close the gaps. And so for us, when we're talking about gender responsive procurement, we see this as a relatively new and challenging somewhat, but a very necessary area for future investment in the context of women's entrepreneurship. So you talked earlier about some of the data around SMEs, but also if you dig a bit deeper to country level data, you actually see quite a stark picture of the challenges facing women's owned businesses. So for example, in Fiji, only 12% of all formal businesses are led by a woman. In Vietnam, 1 in 4 are owned by women. And we know that there's a huge financing gap, and 59% is attributed to constraints faced by women-owned business to accessing credit. So what we're doing is we try to support this in several ways. And maybe I can just highlight sort of 4 key areas of support. We address the gender gap and access to finance through the kinds of specific targets we have in our loans to in the financial sector, by making sure that a specific proportion of that is on-lended to women-owned SMEs. Secondly, we support strengthening of women's business skills through tailored training. So an example of that is in Vietnam, through a grant support from the Women's Entrepreneurship Financial Initiative, WEFI for short. We developed last year a dedicated COVID-19 training program for 500 women-owned SMEs to help them with hands-on training to overcome the impacts of the pandemic. Thirdly, we support gender responsive policy making in the public and private sectors by working closely in dialogue with our partners. And this includes, for example, working with banks to develop new financial projects for female clients and improving their management of sex segregated data. We also work closely with regulators and governments to introduce policy actions to support women's entrepreneurship, including, as you mentioned before, the whole complex issue of adopting definitions of women-owned businesses at national level. And finally, we also support gender responsive enterprises through the advisory services particularly on the private sector front, when we work with companies to help them develop their own internal HR policies and targets for women-owned businesses in their own supply chains to be more gender responsive. So if I just talk briefly about gender responsive procurement specifically, we see this as an extension of our broader work in fostering gender responsive procurement. You mentioned the really scary 1% figure that of public procurement that goes to women-owned businesses. And we know this is a huge challenge, but we also see this as a huge opportunity for improving supply diversity. And by looking for more effective ways to expand women-owned businesses' access to markets and trade is especially important now in the current context when we're talking about supporting economies to build back forward for more gender equal context. So we are actually working with GRP as a tool to ensure that the support we give can actually enable women-owned businesses to operate on a more level playing field. I think that I hope we all appreciate that procurement is not gender neutral. And it actually, because of the way bids and are assessed, they may have inherent gender biases within them. So it's very important to reconcile the procurement principles of merit and value with money with actually broader objectives such as promoting gender equality. And this means that gender and development specialists need to work closely with procurement specialists to identify the entry points to do so. So we're trying to do this at country level and international level. So for example, we're working with WeConnect in Indonesia and the Philippines to support the introduction of mechanisms in their public procurement systems. And this is starting with an in-depth review of what is the current practice, some training for procurement officials, and looking to help them develop databases of women-owned businesses. And lastly, just to flag that this is something that's very much also on the agenda of other multilateral development banks. We have a very active MDB gender working group, and we hold joint gender summits every few years. So we've already discussed that next year, gender responsive procurement will be a key theme that will be discussed, and that will be a really good opportunity to share practices across multilateral development banks globally as well. So these are just a few examples, and I hope that gives you some food for thought. Thank you. Over to you, Katja.
Thank you so much, Samantha. And indeed, I think that gives a lot of food for thought, and also helps a really nice transition to our next speaker. I just want to highlight again what you mentioned around the intersection of procurement specialists and gender specialists coming together, and also the element of the importance of data. And I think our next speaker is sort of really embracing that and really demonstrating and giving even some more detailed example on the role that data can play, but also that intersection on how to bring a gender lens into that whole area of data. So I'm really pleased that we have as next speaker with us Maria Prado, who's the Senior Policy Advisor and joining us from the Infrastructure and Transparency Initiative And I think Maria is joining us from very, very late or very, very early from Latin America, I think. Maria, thank you for being with us today. And as I said already in my introduction, I think COST has done really some great work, particularly on advancing really the important area of data transparency, because that is one of the areas we also know and we've heard on gender responsive procurement. It's a non-negotiable to have really clear data to advance this area. So it would be great, Maria, if you could share a little bit more with us on the importance of data transparency, in particularly the infrastructure sector. And we know a lot of public procurement spend goes into the infrastructure. And I think very often the perception is there. That's a very male-dominated area. So it would be great to really hear from you what your experience is, and share with us things that we could take forward and recommendations that governments or other players in the room can really embrace in their daily work. Over to you, Maria.
Thank you, Katja, and thank you for putting up the presentation as well. So as it was mentioned, so the idea is just to use my time to focus on the infrastructure sector, which is a sector that's very well known for its gender inequalities. Cost is a transparency initiative, so I thought it would be useful to use this time and this opportunity just to look into more detail in how we could leverage the power of data transparency to really improve gender equality in the sector. Next slide, please. So I think that the first point to be made is that infrastructure is not gender neutral, and that because you have different impacts on men and women, because we have different needs and also different uses of infrastructure by men and women. And just to give you an example, I just collected here some information that was shared by UNICEF that is saying that girls and women, they spend globally around 200 million hours a day fetching and collecting water, which really means that by having proper water infrastructure in place would really lift that burden on girls and women, and really would going to free up some time that could be used in different purposes. Either that could be education or individual business for women, or whatever other activity they would like to develop in that time. The second point I'd like to get attention about the infrastructure sector is that gender inequalities or gender challenges are seen not only in the tender or the procurement itself, but throughout the project cycle. So I just put in here just an illustration of the project cycle stages that you see. So those issues are seen from like the planning stages, which are the initial stages of infrastructure developing, when you have projects being selected and designs being identified and chosen, and also during implementation and delivery of infrastructure itself. So really for the sector, it really requires a more holistic view of the gender approach that really looks through the whole cycle of infrastructure. So again, how can data can help? And I think what's more importantly is exactly what kind of data are we saying that we needed to get more, more insights or getting more transparency on, so we can use that to leverage and to really improve gender equality in the sector. Next slide, please. So if we started for the initial stages of infrastructure developing, what is those stages where we have authorities really setting up priorities? As I mentioned, you have projects being identified, being selected, prioritized. It's important to really get a better idea and understanding whether a gender needs assessment was developed by authorities on that initial stages. That means really looking into whether authorities have really assessed concretely the impacts, the kind of risks, the costs and benefits that the project is creating to girls and women. Really look into that more detail, if that considerations have been included in the process of the planning stages or not. Also getting more clarity on projects objectives, which is really like looking into more specifically to know how the project is said to be improve the lives of not only citizens in general, but more specifically how it's improving the lives of women and girls. And that entails looking to, for example, the location of projects, look into even the type of infrastructure that's selected, the type of technology that's employed, and how quickly those choices, how they are actually going to bring any kind of improvement in the lives of women and girls. Also having disaggregated data on the beneficiary population, which means really having the breakdown in the ratio of the population between men and women, so you can get a better idea to know if the project is targeting women as well, or if you have the project's fit for purpose, is suitable for what is intended to be developing. So it's really important to get that clarity on having disaggregated data on that point. Also understanding better if there was any kind of consultation and engagement process in the planning stages, and not only if they have developed that, but also specifically if women's group have been part of that engagement process, if they had the opportunity to present their own views on the design selected, even the location that has been selected, and provided their views and inputs. So if needed be, the project is really reflecting their needs in concrete terms. When you move into the tender process, which is procurement itself, some important data points just to look and to have more clarity will help us to address the topic. So first of all, having more clarity on the data on the participation of women-led companies. So which means looking at, percentages, what it is like more quantitative analysis, see what's the number of women that are bidding compared to the number of male-led companies. But not only that, but also looking to the reasons or the factors behind it, reasons why those companies end up winning the contract or losing it, because it's understanding not only the reasons why they have achieved that. So it is, for example, it was an issue of capacity or lack of capacity, or it was an issue of even the project size is just maybe too big for the company for the women-led company just to bid on, or is that a problem of competitiveness? Is that, for example, if it's e-procurement, so is that an issue of, the gender divide in access information online? Also looking to the bidding documentation and looking at whether they have the documents they provide any specifics on if there is a requirement for having equality of opportunity applied to contractors, if there is the same provision applied to subcontractors throughout the supply chain when they are actually hiring the workforce, if there is any kind of requirement on that sense to keep a balanced workforce. And also when we move into the implementation stages, which is the delivery proper of the infrastructure project, look into the ratio and the type of jobs that are held by women in the project. So it's not only a quantitative analysis, but also qualitative analysis. And it could give you some good insights as to whether, for example, if you needed additional training for the women, female workforce on site, if you need some kind of specific capacity to be addressed in that point. Also knowing and getting a better understanding whether they have on site, if contractors have any sort of system in place for you can report wrongdoings, report issues of violence, issues of discrimination, and how that actually is protecting women working on site. At the same time, having a perspective that's outside, not only inside the project site itself, but whether contractors have any kind of policies to protect the local residents, the female residents on site against their own violence that could have been addressed by their own workforce. I think the point that I would like just to make is that these are just some illustrations of, based on our experience, or some data points or some information that having access to it and having more clarity to those points will help us to better address the issues of gender. And that because we're going to get, based on using this data, you can get more clarity on where the bottlenecks are. And by knowing that will help us really target and design policies and gender actions that are more targeted to what the issues are, and you can have achieved really advanced gender issues in the sector. So thank you so much, and I think we can come back later on with those specific details on discussions later on. So thank you so much, and back to you, Katja.
Thank you so much, Maria. And I just want to kind of pause for 1 second and also just invite the audience, if you have questions alongside, please just put them in the chat or in the Q&A and we'll take them. I have to say, Maria, it's the first time I heard you like in all the detail to talk about the whole process. And I think this is something really important. I think when we speak about gender responsive procurement, very often we zoom into that really procurement area. But I think it was really helpful to really look at gender mainstreaming across the whole process, from planning to the procurement processes itself, but then also to the implementation. And I think that is also something what we really recommend from a women perspective and we advocate for. I think it's really great to see this being embedded in the infrastructure sector. And maybe 2 other thoughts as well, particularly like why it's also so important is because we don't look at women in one dimension, right? We look also in different intersections. So for example, in the implementation, I think particularly the infrastructures, the discrimination issues or issues that women migrant workers, for example, face in our region is a very important one. And it's great that you kind of really portray this as the full process. And I think we will have a lot more discussion, particularly on your middle element around the procurement side, the tendering process, and hear a little bit more from other speakers where the issues are, particularly in there, sourcing, particularly for women-owned businesses. But again, also, how do you make sure that any supplier that you are sourcing from is applying a gender lens in their own operations, in the way they are work independent, if they're women-owned or not? That's a big part of the market as well that we need to look into. And I would have loved to have a direct conversation now with a really interesting speaker, Dr. Wimmermann, who is the Deputy Director General of the Office of SME Promotion in Thailand, shortly OSMAP. Unfortunately, Dr. Wimmermann has informed us yesterday afternoon that she isn't able to make this time slot today. But I have to say, we had a very interesting conversation, and not only the 4 minutes that we're going to be sharing now, but I will also add on some of her thoughts throughout the conversation, what she has to say, particularly how where GRP is in Thailand, at what stage and what process, or in what are we in the beginning, are we in the end, where are we in Thailand? But she's also particularly zooming in what her ministry, what role the Ministry for SME Development is playing, and how they work with others together. So if technology wants so, let's make sure that we get the video on right now. My colleague Amy does this greatly for us. Thank you so much, and let's hear.
First of all, I would like to admit that in Thailand, we are at the beginning stage of gender responsive procurement. Just early this year, it was the first time the Thai government set aside 30% of government procurement budget for SMEs. And this is the result of the shrinking domestic demand during the COVID-19 situation. And also, we all know that there is a very fast pace of deglobalization resulting from COVID-19. So government procurement is a very important source of income for our SMEs. And women-owned enterprise in particular have been drastically affected by the economic crisis. We have found that we start to see a rising trend, a rising number of women startups, because women need to make extra income to assist the family. And fortunately, that we get to know the work of UN Women Network regarding gender-specific procurement. So currently, we are in the process of trying to come up with data collection, because we assume ourselves that we have no gender inequality problem in Thailand, especially when it's related to business doing. So we have never gathered gender-specific data before. So now we are in the process of trying to create data-specific, gender-specific data, women-specific data, and then we start to work on government procurement platform. Currently, on our government procurement platform, which started only a year ago, now we have 700,000 items in the platform, 700,000 products. And we are trying to encourage women entrepreneurs to post their products in this procurement platform. That is the government side. And at the same time, through the work of UN Women Network, we got connected with corporate procurement, with a certain corporate, which is the member of UN Power Network. And we have recruited 300 women entrepreneurs for this company. I'm not sure whether I can mention the name of the company, maybe I'll leave it aside. But it's a very good work that we start to help women entrepreneurs to get into global supply chain. From our record, although women-owned business and men-owned business, they are considered equal, but they are very different. When we work with them, women-owned businesses are less capable in terms of internationalization. And the circle of UN Women Network for 4,000 multinational companies. This is the big global value chain for women entrepreneurs in Thailand, and we are hoping that we can assist women-owned businesses to get connected with this global supply chain.
Great. So I hope we got Dr. Vimakon somehow with us in the room, and certainly her spirit. I just want to kind of highlight 2-3 things that she really mentioned also in the further discussion that we had with her yesterday. So I think she mentioned already this first element on the importance of gender disaggregated data, and I think Maria mentioned this as well, and Samantha in the beginning as well. She highlighted that this doesn't actually lay in her ministry alone, but the moment that a company subscribes or has their formal sign-in into the database of the government, this is in a different ministry, and there is no gender data collected for the moment. So there's also a big need of collaboration amongst the different ministries, what she mentioned highly. And the second point, which she touched based on at the end of her little intervention, she was saying the real importance is to connect women to public procurements, but also to private supply chains and private markets. And the company she was talking about, we're going to be hearing from Nusra from Unilever in a second, who has been collaborating with OSMAP on this. But I think before we do this, I really would like to make this transition from the public sector. So we've spoken a lot to representatives that are working very closely with the public sector. I would like to transition into what does gender responsive procurement mean for the private sector. And before we go into a company themselves, I'm really pleased to have with us Mini Venkachalam from WeConnect. She's the regional director of WeConnect, who is a global organization very much focused, niched on gender responsive procurement, and a true expert. And I think Minnie will explain us a little bit more. And I think we're a little bit short in time to hear everything about WeConnect, but Minnie, please share a little bit with us the work that you are doing with the private sector on gender responsive procurement in the region. What are the challenges and opportunities? How can we move this further faster in our region here? Over to you.
Thank you, Katya. As Katya said, my name is Minnie, and I'm the Regional Director for Asia Pacific for WeConnect International. We're a global nonprofit that works on supplier diversity, focused on women-owned businesses. In Asia Pacific, it is sort of the last frontier for supplier diversity. A lot of corporations are only just starting their programs in this region. As the representative ADB said, we are working to start with, even in Indonesia and the Philippines, to identify what those challenges are. But across the region, a few things we see as to why corporations are only just beginning to see this as something they should be investing in is, one, they just don't understand how or why women-owned businesses would want to work with them, because they feel that they might be too small to work with larger organizations. Even if they do understand the business case for working with women-owned businesses, it is harder for them to get buy-in from their leadership and from other members of their procurement team, because as many of the others have said, there isn't enough data to make the case for them. So the understanding, what is the business case? Where is the data? How do we find the women-owned businesses? How do we ensure that they meet all of our requirements, etc.? And a simple thing that actually came out of our research in the project that we did with ADP is that many of the corporations say that women-owned businesses have not been trained or do not have the insight into how to actually articulate their competitive advantage, even though they are incredibly good at what they do. they do need to articulate their competitive advantage against the incumbent, force a champion within the organization to then, say, okay, we want to go with this business because we think they're really great. Because ultimately it is not CSR. It's not let's feel sorry for women-owned businesses. They're really, really good at what they do. They deserve a seat at the table. They deserve to be able to be competitive. And that is an opportunity that currently they're not getting because there is systemic bias in supply chains, where there is the assumption that women business owners are unable to work with large corporations. And that is something that we, along with our partners at UN Women, Asian Development Bank, and all of the amazing corporations that we work with across the world, there's 146 of them now that have committed to buying from women-owned businesses. With them, what we try to do is to set a baseline on how much they're already buying from women-owned businesses, set targets on spend. It's very important to have concrete targets on spend, whether it's percentage, whether it's an actual amount, because then you can actually measure moving that needle. Otherwise, it's just like a commitment in the air. Yeah, I want to buy from women-owned businesses. But unless you have concrete targets, it's very hard to then measure. And Nusara will be speaking in a second, and Unilever has actually made an active commitment to buy from women-owned businesses, which is truly amazing. So an example of how this has worked really well for a women-owned business is, for example, a really amazing packaging business that we work with in Indonesia. They are absolutely amazing. And when we introduced them to some of the larger FMCGs, they then realized, that after speaking to this business, that they are more agile. They're actually extremely competitive in their quote. Their quality is as good as if not better than the incumbent. And they're actually the right supplier because they also integrate sustainability into their processes. And that these corporations would absolutely want to work with the supplier. They just didn't know that she existed, or that she was large enough to work with them, or that she had that capability. So once they've now started working with her, one company started, and then the capital that she got from that contract then enabled her to work with now so many more corporations. And this one business is now working with 3 different FMCGs as a consequence of the conversations that we've had. So sometimes it's just about opening your mind and starting that conversation. On our part, we are actively training corporations to understand the business case of working with women-owned businesses, and then helping that, that process, the baseline, setting targets, working with them on every RFP to achieve that target, and then doing the M&E with it. On the other side, it's also training the women business owners to be business ready, to be able to pitch competitively, to articulate their competitive advantage, to understand processes, and set up all the paperwork that is needed so that they are competitive, and then bringing them together in what we call matchmaking, to then move that conversation forward in a structured manner, so that a year from now we can say it's not 1% anymore, it's 2%, but just that 2% is 10 billion more in the hands of women.
Great, thank you so much, Minnie, for sharing this. And what I really liked is also your emphasis on the process and putting the mechanisms in place to really connect both women-owned businesses, particularly in that case, and the larger procurers. So it's not only on one side. Sometimes we hear often, oh, we need to capacitate the women. They need to get ready that they actually can comply, but it's from both sides. There need to be also mechanisms in place that they can actually be visible, and that companies know where to find the women-owned businesses. So that demonstrates again sort of that need also from the ecosystem to come together and create these databases, etc. So I think this is a good segue, and letting us really hear from a good example or work in progress on how really we can create these equitable procurement marketplaces as you described them, Minnie. And I think it's great that we have a very practical company with us that is actually rolling up their sleeves and really kind of working on gender responsive procurement. And I know Nusra from Unilever, who's their procurement director for the region in Southeast Asia, is one who's really passionate about it. And she said to me, oh, I have another meeting, I can actually not join. That's so close to my heart. I'll make time. So, Nusra, the floor is yours. Share us a little bit of your journey that you took on gender responsive procurement to bring this from a global strategy into really concrete action here in Southeast Asia. And we'll put your slide back on as well. Over to you, Nusra.
Thank you. Thank you, Katja. And as you mentioned, this is the topic that is close to my heart, and it's so easy to speak of something that we live for and we have the passion on. So if you can move to the next slide, this is the global vision of Unilever. We have social commitment, which is launched earlier this year, that we will help to build a more equitable and inclusive society. And as a big company, we acknowledge that we really having a lot of parties along with the entire value chain. And we think that we are setting the set of commitments in order to ensure that we raise the living standards across the value chain. That's the first thing. The second thing, we need to create the opportunity through inclusivity. And last but not least, but also we have to prepare them, to prepare people, suppliers in this case, to be ready with the skills for the future. So our global ambition, globally, we want to spend, we want to buy service and the goods with 2 billion euros budget from diverse business and by the year of 2025. So for us, diverse business are categorized into 4 groups. One is women-owned business, and the second one is LGBTQI+, disability-owned, and also last but not least, minority-owned. Then this is global targets. And then if we move to the second slide, what does it mean for Thailand? So Thailand, we say that look, we have the big impact to the value chain because we buy a lot. We are buying now from more than 1,300 suppliers. The difficulties for us, as many of you mentioned earlier, is that how do we identify that those suppliers that we are buying from already, either they are diverse or not diverse, either they are women-owned or not. There's no such a database available for the time being. So what we have done, and thanks, the biggest credit is to the team, and I know that some of them are listen to me now as well. The team have done manual checking, interviewing, manual checking with more than 1,300 suppliers in order to understand if they are women-owned or not, if they are diverse or not. It's a big task, and really interesting to discuss with you guys further that if we can lift up, if we can unlock the point at the country standard, it would really help more to enhance the gender responsive procurement. So back to Thailand strategy, there are three key pillars. The first one is to grow the existing suppliers. One we filter out already. We have a substantial women-owned business suppliers that we want to grow further. We want to equip them with the future fit skills as well, so that we can grow along with they can grow along with us. Secondly, how could we discover more new group? LGBTQI, disability, lesbianity, or minority. We need to discover more and develop more. And again, with the lack of the database in the region, how could we attract them? In order to grow them, in order to develop them, how could we attract them? That's the first elephant in the room. Last but not least, we realized that this kind of topic we cannot do alone. We have to advocate. We have to build alliance in order to ensure that it creates the impact, the big impact to the society and to the countries. And if we can move to the next slide, is one of the latest piece of work that the team has done successfully on discover and developed. So since we were 3 or 6 months earlier, we were quite blind in order how to attract more diverse suppliers. So we work together with OSMAP in order to recruit diverse suppliers, not only with OSMAP, but a lot of parties helping in this campaign. WeConnect is one of them as well. In order, at the end, we have recruited over 130 diverse suppliers signed up and interested to join our program. In the next 3 to 6 months, it's an intense course that we offer to those suppliers to offer them in order to have the training for future fit skills, either from business development perspective, financial tools, organization culture, and last but not least, digital tools, which is for today's world is not a choice, but it is a must. So with the aim of not only to build the business for Unilever, but also for them to survive with equipped with the new set of skills. The next, and maybe I talk a bit about the next steps. Next step is also to grow more and to keep discover more, because this the one that I present you here is one of the event that is already done, and we want to grow more, but we realize that we cannot do alone in these topics. So we want to advocate and looking for alliance to make this topic bigger, because in Unilever and myself and together with the team, we strongly believe that procurement with purpose can really have a more equitable and inclusive society. So happy to discuss further how could we make it work together in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nusra, for being very practical here. And I'm gonna quote you on: we need to forge alliances, we need to work together, collaborate. And before I go into the question, and we have literally 4 more minutes left, I want to make sure that we hear in a wider sense also from the audience, because the room and the question is, the question in the room is, how do we really move the needle from that what's currently 1% procurement spend and really fast forward that and to create a more equitable marketplace, as we said before. I would once more like to ask the audience, and sorry, to get to your Mentimeter. And Amy, could you please just get the screen on? Thank you so much. So mentimeter.com, one more time. 6357 3356 or the QR code. And we would like to really get insights from you, and that will also feed into in our final concluding session that we have of the day on the whole 2-day procurement dialogue. And we really would want to make sure that we reflect also the voices not only from our really excellent panel, but also the voices from you out there. And if Mentimeter doesn't work for you, please feel free also to use the chat. Even panelists are going to ask you anyway, one by one in a second, what's the one thing that needs to be done if we think 10 years ahead, 2030, when we are going to be looking at where do we stand on the SDG front, what needs to happen in this decade now to really shift the needle on gender responsive procurement. Thoughts there, that's the old one. I think we have a bit of an issue in terms of our Mentimeter. We keep it open, but I'm gonna ask very quickly, one by one, if there's one thing we have to do moving and shifting the needle much faster, what is that? Maria, I'm gonna start with you first on my screen. 1 minute or 1 sentence, please, to close us off.
Thank you, Katja. I think I would just reiterate one of the topics from the presentation, which is the importance of data on that sense, for the infrastructure sector, which we know that has loads of inequality issues in terms of gender. So we can only act if we know where the problems are. So I think that's one of the key messages. And this is the work of COS has been doing, is exactly looking to important data points in the sector that could help us advance the topic of gender. So and we really appreciate UNDP support on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. One statement from your side. What is needed?
Oh no, one is so hard.
You get to
actively, I would say this to all corporations as well as governments, multilaterals, etc. you need to consciously make the effort to identify how much you're buying from women-owned businesses and put in place inclusive policies such that any organization, irrespective of who owns it, is able to compete actively for any contract that you have.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And I see this also coming back actually in the word cloud from the audience. Nusra, seeing you next here. What's the one thing you feel needs to be done?
Okay, I think data is one thing that is already been raised, but I think that a collaboration and alliance is highly needed, because this is big campaign that we want to do along the chain, the value chain. So it has to be across private sectors, government sectors, NGOs to work together to move the whole society together.
Great, thank you very much, Nusra. Samantha.
You know, when other people go before you, it's hard to think of new things. But no, I think that, you know, just really to build on the whole data issue. Data, definitely, I think we all know that's important. But I think what could be a real game changer, particularly from a public procurement perspective, is if we have government commitment to actually determine baselines through a sort of national database that allows for organizations like ADB to come in and support with tailored responses at country level. So I see it more as a political want to do it rather than a technical issue. I think if there's a desire, it actually is quite a low hanging fruit, particularly in a COVID recovery center context. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I think we are 1 hour, 1 minute over, but I just want to close it because I want to bring Dr. Wimcon back into the conversation, who's not here today. And what she said to us, what we need, and she summarized it in 3, is we need data, mentioned this. We need capacity building on both sides for the women-owned businesses, but also the ones that are procuring. And she said we need to combine really the age of digitization and make sure that everyone has equal access to information, to make sure that particularly women-owned businesses can be connected to international markets, public and private markets. And with that, I really would like to thank everyone. We had some questions in the chat. I'm not forgetting them. We will be responding to them in the chat. But really, thank you very much. I think a very insightful discussion. I learned a lot, again, from hearing different perspectives. And thank you also to the audience for participating and sharing your perspectives here on the screen. Hopefully we have soon, and maybe the ADB summit next year that's coming up is an opportunity for that, for having even more deeper conversations. And with that, Sarah, I'm handing us back over to you to enlighten us what's expecting us for the rest of the day. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Katja. Thank you so much. And thank you, We Empower Asia, for bringing such an enlightening and engaging discussions today on how to make procurement more inclusive and a driver of gender equality. We actually going to take a break now, so we'll take a 15 minutes break. Please be back at 2:15. We have another very interesting session on the do's and don'ts of managing risks in procurement. So we'll see you just shortly. Thank you. Back to the Fair-Based Regional Dialogue, the role of public procurement in achieving the SDGs, an ASEAN regional dialogue. Now we move into the next session, the do's and don'ts of managing risks in procurement, co-organized by the Open Government Partnership and Open Contracting Partnership. The session will present successful strategies and approaches to a more accountable and transparent procurement ecosystem in times of crisis, a very relevant topic. We have an exceptional set of speakers with us today for this discussion, and I'm very pleased to introduce the two moderators, two passionate experts, Nanda Sihombing, Senior Manager for Asia in the Open Contracting Partnership, in charge of the implementation, advocacy, network, and community building in the regional strategy for open contracting in Asia, as well as in the Pacific. And then Ivy Ong, Senior Regional Coordinator for Asia Pacific Open Government Partnership. Her main role is to provide guidance and assistance to governments, civil society organizations, and other key actors across Asia Pacific, supporting the development and implementation of open government reforms. I'll leave the floor now to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, good afternoon, good morning, good day to everyone joining us. Welcome to the 5th session of the ASEAN Regional Dialogue, the role of public procurement in achieving SDGs. If you're looking to find out more on the do's and the don'ts of managing risk in procurement, you are in the right place. If you don't be alarmed. Come join the ride, and I'm sure you will find some interesting stories from us in the next 1.5 hours. I'm Nanda Singombing from the Open Contracting Partnership, and together with my colleague Ivy Ong from the Open Government Partnership, we will be your moderators in this session. Before we start, we have some logistical announcement. We are pleased to offer simultaneous interpretation in English and Bahasa. Please find the interpretation button at the bottom of Zoom to select your preferred language. Everyone must choose a language. You must be using the Zoom desktop or mobile app to access this feature. I also invite you to turn on your camera so we can see each other. We will be monitoring the chat for questions or insights you may have that can be brought up during the Q&A sessions later. We encourage you to use the chat function throughout the meeting to share your questions, ideas, ask for practical tips, or give feedback. In the interest of time, I would like to encourage everyone to introduce themselves in the chat and kindly rename yourself in the Zoom app with your name and the organization you're from. For participants, your mic is automatically muted, but we invite you to drop your questions in the Q&A box. For our speakers today, you will hear the sound of a bell when you only have 30 seconds left for your intervention, for your presentation. I'm requesting my colleague to now play the chime while I'm speaking. Can we hear the chime, Monica?
Hi, Nanda. I am going to be playing the chime in 10 seconds from now.
Okay. So while we're waiting the chime, I will be strict with time to allow for more engagement with the wider group. Now, with that out of the way, let's get started. So we would like this session to be interactive. We prepared a link.
The chime is going to start playing now.
Yes. While we're waiting for the chime, we would like this session to be interactive. So we prepared a link to a Jamboard in which you, the participants, will have two answers to 2 questions. So are we ready to share the Jamboard? Before we start the session. Yes, for the speakers, that is the sound that you're going to hear when you have 30 seconds left. So that's good. Now we are going to start the session. And then this is the Jamboard. So our colleague will share the link to the Jamboard. And before we start the presentation from the panel, I would like to hear from all of you 2 questions, really. The first one, in no more than 3 words, tell us your area of work. And then the next question will be, in no more than 3 words, tell us the biggest problem with procurement in your country. So everyone, can everyone have the, yes, the Jamboard is already on the chat. If everyone can click on the link. And please use the sticky notes that you can find on the left side of the Jamboard, as the one showing right now on the 4th from the top. And you can click it and fill out your answers to the first question, which is, in no more than 3 words, tell us your area of work for the slide. And then to answer the second question, you can click the right arrow at the top and go to the second slide. And then answer the question, in no more than 3 words, tell us the biggest problem with procurement in your country. So if you're having trouble accessing the Jamboard, don't worry. You can drop your answers in the chat box and our team will help copy them onto the Jamboard so everyone can also see your answers. But I encourage you to click the Jamboard link and answer the questions yourself. We're going to be using a lot of this link later. And while we're waiting, I'm giving you 2 minutes to answer the question. We can also continue to show the Jamboard while everyone's populating the slideshow. Kavya.
Yeah.
If anyone is having trouble with accessing the Jamboard, again, don't worry. You drop your answer into the chat box or the Q&A, and then my colleague will help copy paste them onto the Jamboard. Great. Now we can see. I'm going to click the link as well. As there are a lot of people are accessing the link, I know some of you might have trouble accessing it. So yes, please keep the chat coming. Poor planning, I see poor planning, public procurement, corruption, finance, data coordination, unsystematic. Bids and awards committee secretariats, audit, poor inadequate market response, unsystematic human rights, government procurement, prosecution and graft and crop practices, investigation procurement. Wonderful, keep them coming. So if everyone can also introduce yourself in the chat, that would be wonderful. Interpretation of rules. Yeah, I can see them. Keep them coming. So we always know now, while all of you are populating the Jamboard, we know that public procurement has always been fraught with risk, and such risks are exacerbated in times of crisis. Agile procurement systems that can rapidly adapt and respond during crisis situations are good, but it is also equally important to ensure that transparency and accountability are not sacrificed for expediency. Managing risk demands a closer look at the procurement ecosystem. It is not just about the infrastructure or digitizing information. It is also about building the capacities of different stakeholders, government, civil society organizations, media, audit institutions, and others, to ensure accountability. Now, during this session, we will have 2 sets of panels that look at different strategies and approaches used by the government, civil society, and the private sector within the Asia-Pacific region. I will be moderating the first panel that will talk about the government and civil society approaches in identifying risks in public procurement and how these risks are managed through policies and legislation. So now everyone can continue to populate the Jamboard. We're going to start with the first speaker. If we can have the Jamboard of the Yes, thank you, Tim. Now we're going to hear from the first speaker. Everyone please continue to populate the Jamboard, and then we're going to hear the first speaker from the Philippines, Ati Rowena Candice Ruiz. She is the Executive Director of the Government Procurement Policy Board, Technical Support Office, the Philippines. She's a lawyer by profession and previously worked at the Department of Budget and Management for more than 10 years, where she led the Office of the Legal Service. While at BBM, Executive Director Ruiz crafted special and general provisions in the proposed national budget and recommend the President's veto action on the enrolled appropriations bill. This is a very great achievement, Ati Ruiz. Now with that, we'd like to hear your experience, and over to you.
Thank you, Nanda. Thank you for such a generous introduction. So without further ado, allow me to just share my screen. Some of the things that I'll be discussing, I've already seen from the Jamboard. So that's very interesting indeed. It somehow confirms as well what we see from the data available in our organization, the GPPB and its Technical Support Office. Now, I was asked to somehow reflect on the Bayanihan procurement laws that we have. And for those who are not from the Philippines, the Bayanihan procurement law would be the two pieces of legislation that was passed by the Philippine Congress in order to respond to the pandemic. Portion of that includes procurement. So there's a procurement dimension in the law. So, but before I go into that, let me just tell you what we actually did before the Bayanihan laws were actually passed. No? I want to share this first because as early as I could remember, I've already been working along this concept. They said insanity has been defined as doing the same things over and over, expecting different kind of result. So why am I sharing this? Because oftentimes we forget to really review or think how we have been doing things in order to improve them. And that I think is what basically propelled us in the GPPBTS, so in terms of preparing for the pandemic. Even before the president announced that the state of public health emergency is already in place in the Philippines, we've already started reviewing the rules that we have. And it's really a delicate balance of ensuring efficiency as well as accountability. That's always the danger or the difficulty when it comes to emergency procurement. But as you've mentioned earlier, there's really no way that you can trump accountability over expediency. So this is how we're able to do it at the start of the pandemic. So we look at the rules that we have already because there's existing provisions on emergency procurement. We look at redundancy provision. We want to be able to make sure that agencies are efficient. So we take out redundancy provisions in the rule. We also look at peculiarities of the COVID-19 response and couple that with the fact that we know that there's quite a level of government dithering in the Philippines, indecisiveness on the part of the procurement managers or even approving authorities. So we made sure that the rules would include specific provision that would respond to the pandemic. We already know from the experience of China and Italy then that we need quarantine centers. So we've included that. So there's no more any question as to whether they can actually procure those kinds of items. We also included provision on immediate response because a lot of people would always say, oftentimes we were audited because there's no pandemic yet or there's no calamity yet and we've already undertaken the procurement. In the case of COVID-19, unlike typhoons, you won't see it. You wouldn't know when it's coming. It's already escalated by the time you see the effects of COVID-19. So we've also included that in the rules. And of course, we have to anticipate constraints on mobility, border controls, and as we've seen now, work from home arrangement. How did we address that? We look for alternative documents. We know that some banks would be closed. We know that there may not be available notaries. Okay? So we have to make sure that not only do we cater to emergency procurement modalities, but even regular public bidding. We also allowed for some delegation of authorities because some back members will not be available because they are themselves sick. At the same time, we have emphasized available technologies because at the time of the pandemic in 2020, we already have rules in our system that would allow use of virtual meetings for back or procurement activities and digital signature as early as in 2019. But at that time, I recall the only agency that was registered with the DICT is the GPPB and TSO in respect to using digital signature. So we were able to actually leverage existing technologies and existing rules that we can actually use to help mitigate the threats on procurement with respect to the pandemic. And more importantly, accountability. The first thing that we saw is the transparency gap. Why? Because you need to be able to post contracts to ensure accountability in the procurement transactions. However, the system we had even up to now is that you need to be a registered supplier before any contracts awarded to you will be posted. Given that, we had to ask the question, how do we address this? And this is the reason why we developed the GPPB online portal where all COVID-19 related procurement will be posted. You don't need to be registered as a supplier. The data would be open, accessible by everybody. And we did this even before the Bayanihan laws were enacted with the help of the USAID. Now, the other thing that is very important, and I don't have to belabor this point, everybody knows this already, is the effective use of data. Oftentimes, we forget this. Okay? But the other thing I also want to emphasize is that not all available data can be used or should be used. We need to be responsible in using them because data itself is a double-edged sword. It can be positive or negative depending on who's presenting, depending on what context you are using it. So it's important for us to be responsible enough to know the holistic application of data, not just one side. We need to be able to show all sides of the data, all of the implication, because data should not be used in silo. So how did we do this? We look at the readiness of the procuring entity, proficiency in the conduct of procurement, and even risk aversion of agency in coming up with policies. For instance, we noted, and I will show that to you later, that 100%, I will show to you later some of the data that I can share that we used during the crafting of the guidelines for Bayanihan. 100% of our email requests and also 72% of letter requests for opinions actually cover issues that are already responded to before. Why is that? Agencies want something in writing before they act. In terms of proficiency, we still see a lot, about 90% of single item procurement. 90% of single item procurement. We don't look into bundling, bulk buying, or other strategies to make procurement more efficient. In terms of readiness, this is something that I was able to see from the PhilJEP's data. Normally, you have 80% of procurement undertaken by the Philippine government on goods, and then 20% for infra. But during the first quarter, it's the reverse. So that tells you that agencies are not actually ready at the start of this year. And that's when actually the pandemic started in the Philippines during the first quarter. We also have a risk registry. This we did with the help of the UNDP, which shows lack of capacity, lack of knowledge. So how did we use all of this in coming up with rules? So we use this to be able to refine and recalibrate the rules that we already have. We made sure the rules are simple so as not to confuse. Remember, lack of capacity. We want to make sure it would prevent abuses. So we use technology through the online portal and also the online blacklisting portal. And we provided guidance on how to identify what is the price most advantageous. We also use procurement as a tool for creating social value. We added the provision on direct purchase of farmers. We also added the provision on domestic preference, which is different from what is provided in the existing rules. Okay. But more importantly, it's imperative for us to ensure business continuity. Not everything that we will be procuring would be for COVID-19 response. The regular procurement requirement of agency still covers quite a majority of the procurement that we do, even during the pandemic. So what did we do in response to this? We issued anticipated opinions. Even if there are no questions, we have already anticipated them, provided FAQ type of opinions. We also use IAC materials. We retooled our trainers in order to use them to help capacitate our procuring entities. We created social media pages. We created online ugnayan series where the Bids and Awards Committee can actually consult us online. We also conducted 66 online trainings since the start of the pandemic, with more than 11,000 participants and covering almost 2,000 institutions. Wonderful. And we already have 300,000 Facebook viewers. So Wonderful. What am I saying? At the end of the day, it's important for us to ensure that there's holistic approach when we deal with risk in government procurement. That's all for me, Nanda. Thank you.
Thank you, Eti Rowena. That was such a wonderful presentation, and I love that now during the pandemic emergency response, especially the COVID-19 related, how to open up the opportunities to businesses, and then with data everyone can access it. And not only just data publication, because data is just data unless someone is using it. So data use is the key to understand the context and not to use it in silo, because it can be a double-edged sword. I love that. I love that statement. So thank you, Ati Rowena. And for everyone, for the participants, if you do want to ask questions, please drop the Q&A in the box, and we will have a quick session after Olivio presentation to share your questions to the panel. Now we're going to hear from the second panel. Livio Sarandrea, are you there? Yes.
I am.
So he is the lead advisor and team leader of Business and Human Rights Asia, the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. Livio is based in Bangkok, from where since 2016, he has also been managing the program Business and Human Rights in Asia in support of the implementation of the UNGPs of BHR in 11 countries. That's a lot of coverage, Livio. So we'd like to hear what you could share in terms of the public procurement. Over to you, Livio.
Thank you, Nanda. And unlike Rowena, I'm not a procurement expert. I'm a human rights lawyer. So that is the perspective that I'm going to bring into the discussion, and hopefully will enrich it. And so allow me to perhaps start by putting a little bit into context my remarks and say something about a specific area of work that I'm involved in. The subthematic area of responsible business conduct, which is referred to as business and human rights, for those who are not already aware of it. And I'll try to connect the dots between this area of work and the overall theme of the event, the role of public procurement in achieving the SDGs. And of course, I'll look specifically at risks, because that's the theme of these sessions. In my particular case, I look at risks to people. I look at human rights risks. So business and human rights is a relatively new discipline, somehow an evolution of the CSR discourse started in the 70s, but with one substantial difference from the corporate social responsibility movement, because business and human rights, unlike CSR, looks predominantly at what so CSR looks predominantly at what companies should be doing with actions that in practice unfortunately are translated mostly in philanthropic efforts. Business and human rights, in the contrary, looks also at the duty of the state, including through public procurement, to regulate companies to ensure that they don't abuse human rights. This is a little bit of a simplification, but that's what business and human rights is. So importantly, business and human rights brings in a compliance and accountability, a more legal, if you like, approach to responsible business conduct. Business and human rights looks also, of course, at the direct responsibility of companies to abide by all the standards included in the United Nations Bill of Rights, and look importantly at ensuring the remedies for the victims come up when abuses do occur. So these are the three pillars of this so-called protect, respect, and remedy framework that are part of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights adopted 10 years ago. Now, the UN guiding principles set also a method, and I'm coming to procurement, I promise I do, a method or a process for companies to ensure their compliance with human rights standards. And this method goes under human rights due diligence. Again, apologies to those who already know that very well, but it is important for me to talk about human rights due diligence as the method for companies to ensure that they don't violate human rights, because then I'll be able to make the connection to procurement. So let me come to that. Let me come to the role that public procurement can play in supporting the implementation of the UNGPs, in ensuring managing risks to human rights, and by ensuring that companies conduct, as I said earlier, these meaningful human rights due diligence processes. Now, the purchase of goods and services by public bodies accounts, as I'm sure was pointed out many times in this forum, to hundreds of billions of dollars globally. So the state has very significant influence on the rules of the game in markets and can incentivize business to implement and in fact excel in responsible supply chain management, for example, by awarding contracts to suppliers of goods and services who can document, and I'm stressing document, safe, legal, and fair working conditions in line, for example, with the human rights and ILO standards. Not only labor standards, but standards of that look at gender rights, rights of indigenous people, land rights, and indeed environmental rights. Now, Thailand is a good example that I'm aware of a country that introduced preferential use of companies that can document their compliance with human rights standards when doing their procurement, of course, by taking the UN Guiding Principle on Business Human Rights as their standard. Conversely, I'd like you all to reflect on what negative impact public procurement can have if the focus, if they focus only on the criteria of procuring at the lowest cost, right? And by doing so, they can drive a race to the bottom and in fact push their suppliers to cut corners eventually on human rights. So while the best financial bid remains, and sure, and with legitimacy, one of the criteria to assess bids, it should not only be the only one. Companies should first undergo a screening of their compliance with human rights standards. And this is perhaps the main point that I want to make today. Now, this is where UNDP may also come in, among others, because there are tools to help companies in ensuring their compliance with human rights, in ensuring managing risks to people, risks to human rights. And those same tools can also be available to public procurement offices to run checklists or to double check that their suppliers do comply with human rights standards. And there's a number of these tools that exist. Some are produced by UNDP, and there's a specific one that we launched a few months ago on human rights due diligence in times of COVID-19. So essentially checklists to be run by companies, or I may suggest by public procurement offices, to see that the operations of the suppliers are in order, are clean enough, and should be prioritized or anyway used by public procurement offices. I'm not going into the details of this because I think my time is almost over, but I just want to point out that this tool is public, is available to companies, indeed to any other office that may find it useful, for example, to public procurement offices. There are similar tools that we use for other type of crisis. For example, human rights due diligence in times of conflict affected areas. So just flagging in there that there are tools available for companies and for those who are interested in compliance of companies with human rights standards to evaluate whether that compliance to manage human rights risks exists. I'll stop here and of course, I'll be very happy to take any question and deepen any of the points that I have made. Over to you, Nanda.
Wonderful. Thank you, Livio. I love the preferential compliance to human rights standards, and also, of course, cheapest doesn't always mean the best option. Sometimes it's good, but it doesn't always mean like that. So if we can, now we're going to have a quick Q&A session. So everyone who want to ask questions to Ati Rowena and Livio. And Livio might need to leave after our session here. So this is your opportunities, everyone, to ask questions to Livio on human rights standards. But the team, can we please show the Jamboard? Yeah, we have question. Let me zoom in. So to Ati Ruiz, if we procure office supplies below 50K approved budget for the contract, do we have to look for suppliers who are field jobs registered? So that's one question. And I have another question for Ati Rowena too. So if anyone want to join you in changing the system the way GPTV does, what are the one thing that you would do differently if you knew then what you know now? So what would you what would you do differently? So that's for Ati Rowena. And for Livio, I want to ask, like, what is the first thing that a country or local government needs to do if they want to comply with human rights standards without being scared, because that would be too much to do while carrying out their procurement process? So maybe to Ati Rowena first, over to you.
Yes, can I have the question again, the second one? If I knew the things I knew now.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you go ahead?
If you knew then the things you know now, what are the one thing that you would do differently?
I guess I just have to try to do better than how we did it. Meaning, we want to do more trainings. We want to be able to monitor more in terms of what was posted in the GPPB online portal. But insofar as how we've responded, I think that is essentially what we can at the time do. So I'll just probably hope I have more people that could help me implement the things that we have implemented at the time, at the start of the pandemic. It's very different when you have hindsight. You would have wanted to do a lot of the things that you were not able to. But what's important is that instead of perhaps directly answering that, I think what really is important is two things. Leverage technology. So we do have a lot more electronic bidding. So the audit trail is there. It's very difficult to change, very difficult, but very easy to monitor, and really, really, really work overtime in terms of capacitating our procuring entities and our procurement practitioners in the Philippines. Because if you do have a more professional, capacitated, well-trained procurement officers, some of perhaps the issues that we have been hearing would have been prevented. So I'd rather probably answer it that way, that I wish we can do more in terms of using electronic bidding and capacitating our procuring entities and procurement professionals in the Philippines.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rowena. I agree with you that leveraging technology these days, if you don't really use technology, and technology can be in any way, right? It can be like super techy, but it can also be in low tech situation. To Livio, so what is the first thing that a country or local government needs to do if they want to comply with human rights?
The first thing that countries should be doing is to ensure that the human rights are not being violated in any area, including public procurement, is being aware of what those standards are, right? I mean, everyone is an expert in its own discipline, and we can't give for granted that experts on public procurement are fully aware of what we talk about when we talk about human rights, right? So it's certainly being trained about what we talk about when we talk about human rights, because some of it is common sense, some it's not. And if I can go deeper in that, it's also important that these people know what are the specific human rights risks that apply to their specific country context, because also those risks are not the same in every country. Two ways to do that. Once, of course, these people are given a general training and understanding about human rights, is look at the UPR outcome. UPR, for those who don't know, is the Universal Periodic Review outcome. So every country goes in front of the UN Human Rights Council, which is the supreme United Nations body on human rights, reports and is being assessed on the human rights risks in that given country. So every 4.5 years or 5 years, every country has a snapshot of what the human rights risks are in that context. It's rather simple to look at it. And so that is one way to know what risks am I running if I'm operating in this particular country. Second way to do that is to look at what we call national baseline assessment of national action plans on business and human rights. It's a little bit more sophisticated, and not all countries have, but more and more countries have it in Asia, in ASEAN. Indonesia, for example, has one, Thailand has one, and so on and so on. This national baseline assessment explain what the specific risks are for companies when operating in a given country, and what human rights they're more likely to risk to impact. And of course, public procurement may look at that to understand what are the risks in engaging with specific suppliers that might abuse those specific rights. I'll stop there.
Wonderful. Thank you, Livio. So of course, like first thing first, know what you know and know what you don't know. And that comes from the national based assessment to understand in your specific country, what are the human rights risks are. So very well noted. And I encourage everyone who participated in here to join the assessment and understand first what is it that we need to be aware of. So thank you, Livio and Rowena. With that, we move to the third panel, Siti Julian Pari Rahman, and we're going to hear from the story from Indonesia. So Siti has been advocating for the anti-corruption movement since 2012, and she currently serves as Deputy Coordinator of Indonesia Corruption Watch, an anti-corruption watchdog consistently listed in the Global Go-To Think Tank Index. Her most recent research is about impact analysis on the 10 years of procurement in Indonesia that will be released this year. So it's something to look forward to. I'm handing over to you, Pari.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Nanda, for the time. So hi, everyone. I will share about the story in Indonesia, especially what we do in Indonesia in procurement. So next slide, please. So like I read in the chat, in this session, I see the similar problem like Indonesia, like the for planning, conspiracy among the bidders, and also a corruption in procurement. So start with that problem. Then in 2018, we try to see, could we find a pattern that leads to a potential fraud of every procurement in Indonesia? Then we, after a discussion also with the National Procurement Agency, with the other CSOs, and also the procurement committee, so we find that the procurement could be analyzed, and we could see what's the risks for each procurement. Then in 2013, we started to develop an online live. We call it opentender.net, as you see in the presentation. So until now, we have developed until the version of 3.1, and this platform provide the procurement data from 2010 until 2020, and it's increasing. Right now, we do it manually if there is a new data, but we plan to make it automatically every 2 weeks in the next in the next phase. So what's the platform is and how it's useful for the public to monitoring the government or the public procurement. At least this platform, the opentender.net, have some features like to identify the public procurement with the potential risks, and the supplier history who won the procurement, and then the procurement with the highest contract value, and also the supplier with the highest contract value. But the interesting things, after we develop it, like almost 10 years, I think, we see how the public started using the data in opentender.net, and also it helps. Some of the case also help the government to make a better procurement process. Like with academician, we also work with them, and the opentender also used by at least 480 students in a university, and some of them also use this as their thesis with opentender. And also we engage with the journalists. At least right now we have 66 journalists that engage with us, and it increasing. The journalists use this data for story research, and also it's in investigative journalists. There is some of the article that the journalists publish. They investigate the local procurement usually, like the one you see. It's related to the development of the water park in one of the area in Indonesia. And then for the CSOs, we found that the opentender also use at least for 2 things, that for the capacity building and monitoring tools. So we work with the local CSO, and one of the procurement that we monitor is in Manado. So after we monitor the solar cell procurement in Manado, then we report it to the local government. The government stopped the process of the tender for the next procurement, and then they evaluate everything related to this procurement, and they make better planning, and the procurement that already run, that we see there is a potential for corruption, then we report it to the police, and it prosecute. Until now, some of the government official also suspected in these cases. So yeah, that's how then we think the role of the civil society to identifying the procurement. They can use the data, they can investigate, they can have collaboration like between the CSO, the journalists, and the other part, or the other category. Next, Mbak Nanda. So yeah, we think that the collaboration, of course, with the government will strengthen the broader enabling environment for public procurement. For instance, like ICW case with the National Public Procurement Agency, LKPP, and after this he will also have a presentation. So we collaborate with the LKPP, I think since 2012, if I'm not mistaken. So LKPP give us procurement data, of course, nationally, because I still remember the first phase of development of open tender. We need to input one by one manually to worksheet every procurement data in Indonesia. But after we show to LKPP about the tools, then they open for the data, and then until from that time we have the access, and it make us easier to monitor the procurement process in Indonesia, nationally or even in local context. And okay, I think my time is
almost up.
Okay. So the public, so the second one is also public monitoring on procurement. Also, we think it's beneficial for both in the government and also the citizen, because we know the government not have so many human resource to monitor the procurement process. So the public that monitor the procurement will help the government to make better procurement process. And also this one, it leads to better complaint handling mechanism, because we think when the government open for the report from the public, and then the public also have an active role in the monitoring, then the internal audit especially could follow up this report, and also to push the local government or maybe in the ministry to make a better planning, to make a better procurement in the next time they conduct a procurement. And the last one, with the better public procurement, also lead us to the better quality of public services. And this is, I think, the ultimate goal, what we want, that everyone have the good public services and have a good access to public services. Okay, I think that's
wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tari, for the sharing. So it's a wonderful example of collaboration between civil society and government, that you also engage with the journalists to actually advocate not only at the national level, but also at the subnational level, because that's where the real people are, and the groundwork and the real problems are at the subnational level. So we're going to have a quick question and answers later, the Q&A session. But before we go to the second one, we're going to hear from Pak Setia Budi Arianta, with over 25 years of experience in economic cooperation, administration, and government procurement, including policies, goods, and services in Indonesia. He currently serves as the Deputy for Legal Affairs and Dispute Settlement in LKPP, National Public Procurement Agency in Indonesia. One of his legacy is establishing the expert
selamat sore.
Policy. Ya, Pak. Subdirectorate. So with now, we're going to hear the story from Indonesia. And then for everyone who do not speak Indonesian, I encourage you to choose the interpretation button to English, and because Pak Setia will be speaking in Bahasa. With that, hand over to you, Pak Setia. Silakan, Pak.
Oke, terima kasih. Selamat sore. Saya akan menjelaskan terkait pengadaan barang jasa di pemerintah di Indonesia. Jadi lanjut aja. Slide yang kedua.
Next.
Ini nilai besaran belanja pengadaan pemerintah Indonesia, nilainya 628 triliun atau setara 43,95 billion US dollar. Di sini bisa dilihat masih kebanyakan pengadaannya untuk belanja konstruksi 53%, 31% untuk pengadaan barang, 12% untuk jasa lainnya, dan 5% untuk jasa konsultasi yang dilakukan oleh anggaran pemerintah pusat, kemudian 542 local governments. Itu potret belanja kita. Nilai ini menurun karena kita kemarin terdampak COVID. Biasanya kita bisa mencapai 1.200 triliun belanja pengadaan kita. Lanjut. Next. Upaya-upaya LKPP yang dilakukan LKPP untuk mengurangi kecurangan dan korupsi di bidang pengadaan barang jasa pemerintah. Lanjut ya. Itu yang pertama adalah kita sejak tahun 2000 sudah membangun sistem pengadaan secara elektronik. Jadi sekarang pengadaan pemerintah kita itu sudah digital semua, mulai dari proses perencanaan sampai ke monitoring dan evaluasi pelaksanaan pekerjaan dan pelaksanaan kontrak. Ini kita akan melangkah ke pembayaran e-payment, sedang kita bekerja sama dengan Kementerian Keuangan dengan sistem pengadaan secara elektronik itu nanti semuanya akan transparan, terbuka, dan kesempatan bagi seluruh penyedia akan sama. Gitu. Kemudian yang kedua adalah kita tadi meningkatkan kerjasama kolaborasi dengan CSO, salah satunya dengan ICW. Kita punya program mendidik, meningkatkan kapasitas masyarakat sipil, wartawan, mahasiswa, masyarakat yang lain untuk kita didik supaya dia tertarik untuk memonitor pelaksanaan dan pemerintah. Kita kasih pengadaan barang dan jasa. Kemudian yang ketiga, upaya yang dilakukan LKPP adalah melakukan pendampingan, advokasi kepada kementerian dan lembaga dan Pemda untuk pengadaan-pengadaan yang strategis, yang nilainya besar. Yang terakhir, ini kemarin kita dampingi pengadaan untuk event PON, persiapan PON di Papua. Alhamdulillah PON-nya berjalan lancar. Kemudian sebelumnya adalah event untuk SEA Games, ini juga konferensi G20. Kemudian event untuk MotoGP di Nusa Tenggara, itu juga kita dampingi. Kemudian menyelenggarakan sistem whistleblower system. Jadi kita sudah sejak lama kita buat BPS khusus pengadaan. Ini memberikan kesempatan kepada semua warga negara untuk karena tadi sudah kita didik kalau dia tahu ada penyimpangan, ada korupsi bisa melaporkan dalam sistem BPS ini. Kemudian yang terakhir ini kita tadi barusan di launching adalah membuka data pengadaan nasional. Jadi LKPP memfasilitasi sistem satu data pengadaan 1.0 sehingga ke depan siapapun yang butuh data pengadaan yang bersifat informasi, publik dapat langsung mengakses data melalui API publik, tidak diperlukan MOU maupun integrasi sistem, dapat digunakan secara bebas oleh siapapun, oleh CSO maupun akademisi baik yang melakukan pengawasan ataupun dalam rangka untuk membuat kajian. Itu yang langkah-langkah pemerintah Indonesia untuk mengurangi korupsi di bidang pengadaan, walaupun sampai data hari ini korupsi di Indonesia masih nomor 2 paling besar di pengadaan berdasarkan data dari teman-teman KPK. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak Setia. Thank you Pak Setia. So that was a wonderful presentation. Can we see the next slide, please? Because I think one of these presentation was in the next slide. Oh, okay, all right. So thank you for that. Now we're going to, I have a few questions for both of you, Pak Setia and Tari. So for Tari, I want to ask, you have a wonderful collaboration between LKPP and ICW. For any civil society, because I think this is a very unique collaboration. So for any civil society in Southeast Asia that wants to adopt your approach, like the ICW approach with the LKPP, what is the first thing they have to keep in mind? Like what is, because we're talking about the do's and the don'ts. So what's the one do and what's the one don't if they want to collaborate with the government? So that's for Tari, and then for Pak Setia, and then I ask you to just make it a 1-minute answer. For Pak Setia, so it's a great thing that like LKPP has been improving since 2000, and so it's been almost 20 years.
Maksudnya tidak boleh dilakukan apa?
The do's and the don'ts. I will translate it quickly for you after this part. So the opening up data and API is a very, very wonderful thing. What is your expectation of doing that? Like, do you disclose for disclosure, or is there any other expectation that LKPP is disclosing information? Ya, jadi Pak Setia, waktu membuka data dan API, LKPP ada harapan khusus apa Pak? Atau membuka aja, atau sebenarnya ada target nih Indonesia harus ngapain ini? Karena kita mau ngebuka jadi leading, atau bagaimana jawabannya? 1 menit ya Pak, 1 minute answer for the question to Tari and Pak Setia. Maybe we can start from Tari.
Yes, thank you, Mananda. I think the first one is we need to use any available data that we can access, because even like we started with a small data and we input it by ourselves, but we continue to do this, and then we try to show the benefit from for the government with what we've done. And after that, we can get the buy-in from the government, because it's very important things when the government then agreed and interest with our idea, then they will open for a discussion for the MOU maybe, and also for the data sharing. So after that, even when we don't get the buy-in, I think we have to still going on with what we do, because I believe that there is a time when the government then see what we've done, because in my experience it took like 3-4 years until then the LKPP also open their data and we have a good collaboration until now. I think that's what I can say.
Wonderful, thanks Tari. So just start with any data available, show the benefit to the government, secure the buy-in, and just basically don't give up. Just keep doing what you're doing. The good people eventually will notice. So very well noted. There's a beautiful approach. With that, maybe Pak Setia, can you share what is the expectation of data disclosure, Pak?
Oke, jadi kita kita itu pengennya ekspektasi yang kita pengen capai adalah pengadaan itu tidak dikorupsi. Korupsinya jangan nomor 2 terus. Kalau dulu nomor 1, sekarang nomor 2. Nah, maunya kita tidak masuk list di KPK ya. Kenapa? Karena dengan kita transparan, kita buka datanya, kita pengen dan kita belajar, pengawasan masyarakat itu sangat ampuh dibandingkan dengan pengawasan internal. Kalau yang ngawasi adalah, kalau di pemerintah Indonesia itu inspektorat, auditor itu kadang tidak maksimal hasilnya. Sehingga dengan diawasi masyarakat, data KPK itu laporan-laporan yang mengungkap korupsi itu kebanyakan dari masyarakat. Nah, nanti dengan masyarakat ikut ngawasi, kita pengennya kalau bisa dicegah terjadi korupsi. Jangan kita tidak pengen kebanyakan penindakan, kita pengennya pencegahan. Itu Bu, makasih.
Thank you, Pastia. I love it. Like the idea is to not have corruption at all, because in public procurement was the first, like the highest rank. It was not a good rank, but it was the highest. Now it's the second highest. So the expectation is to have citizen monitoring and then not to have public procurement as in any of the list of the corruption risk. So that is a very wonderful idea, and we encourage that. And just checking with my team, do we still have the time? I saw some people raising their hands here. Ivy, do we have the time?
I think that's a question for Kavya.
2 minutes
Monica?
remaining.
Do
I have who's raising the hand? So maybe we have just one person, Arizona Mindanao. Maybe we can unmute you and then you ask your question. You can unmute yourself and then you can share your question and then have a quick answer from the panelists. Arizona from Mindanao, are you there? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Hello.
Yes, we hear you.
Hello. Oh, yes. I'm just asking Attorney Ruiz if we can buy supplies from the suppliers who don't have any previous registration. Yes, for Attorney Ruiz po.
Sorry, I was on mute. So wonderful. That was for the panel one question. Maybe
Yes. I don't have any question for the panel. The second one.
Wonderful. Thank you. So,
group,
Pak Setia and Tari, thank you very much. And then just quickly, Attorney Ruiz, for 1 minute answer. Do you have the answer for that?
Yeah.
Oh, Attorney Ruiz seems to have a trouble with the connection. So we're going to have a Q&A continued after the panel too. So don't worry, keep your questions coming, put it in the Jamboard and then put it in the chat box. I know it's a very short amount of time, and then put it in the Q&A so our panel can have a look at it and then answer all of your questions there. Now we still have 3 wonderful speakers left, and then you can hear the stories. And with this, I hand it over to my colleague, Ivy. Over to you, Ivy.
Wonderful. Thanks, Nanda. Thank you, Pak Setia, Tari, Attorney Ruiz, Livio. Amazing start to our session. Hi, everyone. We have a second moderator in the same session. Try to do it a little bit differently with our partnership. So welcome to our next set of speakers. Before we begin, I'd like to invite our participants to check out the Jamboard and turn to page 4. You should be on the page with the title Q&A Panel 2. You have that option. You also have the option of just staying on Zoom on the Q&A if you prefer that one. All right, we encourage you all to post your comments, questions, ideas, etc. as the session progresses. So a fantastic group of practitioners in this session who will discuss how government and civil society partnerships are able to help identify and manage procurement risks. Let's get started. Director Aida Maria Talavera for Citizen Participatory Audit from the Commission on Audit in the Philippines on giving citizens a seat at the table through participatory audit in the Philippines. Director Ida, the Commission on Audit is a co-commitment holder in the government's OGP commitment on open contracting. How can participatory audits identify and help manage public procurement risks during normal and crisis situations?
We will respond to that with the four dimensions of the citizen participatory audit strategy of the Commission on Audit. May I have my next slide? Okay. So these are the four dimensions of the CPA. Dimension 1. The CPA is a mechanism for sharing of aspirations, goals, and objectives between civil society and the COA. We organize and hold annual CPA dialogues where COA officials and auditors engage in conversations with members of civil society to know each other better, co-create goals and objectives, and give feedback on possible audit topics and issues that the COA can address. In the old normal, the dialogues were done face-to-face. Participants expound on the risks they have observed or even actually experienced in regard to a certain government program, project, or activity as the basis for suggesting that it be considered as an audit topic in the COA's strategic and operational audit planning to develop its audit portfolio. The proponent also informs the COA if he or she wants to join the audit engagement as an audit team member. In the dialogue, concerns and issues which civil society participants want the COA to address are also identified. The proponents not only suggest solutions, they also make commitments to help implement the solution. In the new normal, online CPA dialogues are conducted. The silver lining in the dark cloud called pandemic is that external stakeholders who reside in places which would take a day's travel to reach the venue of the dialogue now engage in conversations with the COA in the safety and comfort of their homes. Dimension 2. The CPA is an audit technique wherein citizens are deputized as members of the audit team. The CPA underwent a pilot phase for several years and was institutionalized in 2018. In the 9 years of the implementation of the CPA, 77 audit engagements were conducted. The audit topics included a multi-million peso flood control project, barangay or village health centers all over the country, solid waste management program, farm-to-market roads all over the country, tourism roads, local disaster risk reduction and management, water sanitation and hygiene in schools, potable water for household consumers, market weights and measures, business permit revenue, compliance with design requirements of school buildings and facilities. And our latest and ongoing is the publication of procurement data in the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, or PhilGEPS. Citizen partners or auditors are involved in all phases of the audit cycle, from audit planning, audit evidence gathering, and reporting. Constructive engagement is at the core of the audit activities. The COA opened its public audit process to citizen auditors who now better understand the COA and how it conducts its audits. They trained together as a team. While the COA auditors taught citizen auditors the audit techniques, the citizen auditors share their knowledge and skills in the design and use of data collection tools like surveys, focus group discussions of school children, and community scorecard, to name a few. The CPA engagements were fieldwork intensive. With the limitations brought about by the pandemic, our current CPA engagements are on open data, which involve online activities. Dimension 3. The CPA is a mechanism for citizen participation in other tasks of the audit institution. For example, the CPA operational guidelines were co-formulated by the COA's Project Management Office and citizen partners. Our partners from the Federation of Persons with Disabilities were heavily involved in the design and dry run on the use of our inspection tool for the audit of public school buildings. Dimension 4. The CPA is also a strategy for reform built on the premise that public accountability can prosper only with a vigilant and involved citizenry. The CPA is meant to change people's mindset. One pernicious mindset is thinking that the work of governance is only for people in the government. The spectator mindset. We would like our people, especially the younger generation, to be involved in the work of governance. After all, democracy is not only for the people, it is also by the people. Thank you.
Such an inspiring presentation. Obviously, a very different take on what an audit commission actually functions, bringing in people, bringing in citizens, also addressing the risks and the projects that you mentioned, Director Ida, on flood management, making sure the school buildings are compliant. These are very tangible services of government, and really seeing if the people get to have a say in seeing if the procurement and if the money actually went to said project. So very interesting way of going about it. Thanks, Director Ida. Now we move on from the Philippines in Southeast Asia. Let's travel to East Asia, to Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Charan Sambu Norenzengo, Head of Electronic Procurement and Information Technology, State Procurement Agency in Mongolia. Sambu, nice to see you. Mongolia has published contracting data in OCDS and open data format. This enabled OpenDataLab.mn to draft a report that shows how decision makers can influence public contracts. Can you share a bit more on how government and civil society have collaborated to address the findings from the analysis and what the Mongolian government is doing in managing procurement risks? Sambu, over to you.
Thank you. First of all, it's a great honor to participate in this wonderful event. My name is Charan Sambu. I'm head of EGP and Information Technology Division of State Procurement Agency of Mongolia. My responsibility is the development of Mongolian EGP system. Before I talk about the open contracting data, let me share a little bit about our EGP system. We are first introduce a public procurement web portal. We call it e-procurement system. This portal was only including the tender notice and award information. In 2011, we established a procurement planning information system. This system included procurement plan and public awarding. In 2012, we established first EGP system based on the Korean electronic procurement system, CONEPS. This system was include e-bidding, e-catalog, shopping mall, and public awarding. Then we first organized electronic tender in 2012. This year also, our agency, we call it State Procurement Agency, has established under the Deputy Prime Minister. In 2017, we are trying to build our own system, in-house development system. We call it tender.gov.email. This system was included in all of our old systems. For example, tender notice, procurement planning, e-tendering, shopping mall, mobile application, and of course, open data. That's why now I'm moving to how to using OCDS in Mongolia, because we're trying to implement open data, especially in public procurement sector, because open data is a best way to combat fighting to corruption. Most of people has one problem, especially in public procurement sector, that's corruption. That's why we're trying to integrate open contract and data standard, and we are automatically generating OCDS format from our EGP system, and everyone can download, and everyone can check all of information, including the documents, parties, which means economic operators, procuring entities, procurement planning, contract information, goods classification, contract implementation data, location, and so on. Then after we publish in OCDS data, 2 years later, one of Mongolian civil society organization using our system, our data that they are developed by civil society, they integrate public procurement data with the company business entities beneficial ownership data, declarations of conflict of personal interest and income assets of public officials. Also, we have a classicon system, which system is including all the public transaction reports of e-treasury system. They, this civil society combined all of these data. I think that was the great example to citizens' right to know and increase their ability to participate, monitoring the government decisions, government spending. They consolidated and integrated information provided by each agency, make it more more easy to use, more accessible to citizens. I think that's a very good example for us. Next, please. Second example is right now under the development step. Women in mineral sector of Mongolia, a non-government organization is using our public procurement open data. Of course, they are learning how to use open data and how to create the dashboard using the business intelligence tools, because all of these non-government organization members are non-IT people. That's why they need to learn about more IT systems. Of course, they already published several dashboards. For example, you guys see some results. For example, this dashboard displaying that someone select the company. This company award where is most big amount of contracts of state-owned mining company. They already published several dashboards on Microsoft Power BI tools. They already learned about how to use open data, how to make it clear, how to ensure the data. That was the very good example for us, because during this, when we start the open contracting data standard, nobody understands very well, because even though we have open data, no one using these data. Those two examples was a very good usage of our open data. Please, next. Second topic is how we manage procurement risks. Of course, we are trying to increase machine readable data, especially in bidding documents, because our system is automatically generate standard bidding documents. We don't need to use Microsoft Word or some text processing program. They need to select or fill data into the system. System will automatically generate bidding documents. Also, participants can more machine readable data through the system. For example, human resource, capacity, similar workers, etc. Of course, second one is the data exchange to other government IT systems, because we need to check both data, and we are trying to implement artificial intelligence feature into the system. Second part is all the public procurement officials have to declare their interest, no conflict of interest, and evaluation committee must including citizens, civil society members. Of course, third one is I already mentioned that we are automatically publishing the open data. Anyone can use it and analyze it. all participants able to see awarded bidders' proposal after the contract awarding. Also, we right now working on red flag indicators to identify risk with the anti-corruption agency. That's those are we are doing procurement risks. Also, we learned lots of things because we had very good and bad experience. What we learned implementing open data. First one was don't stop just sharing your data. Be clear on the purpose. Know your community, because most of active people don't know about the information technology and coding, developing. You need to educate. First, you don't need to talk about API and coding. If you first talk about the API coding, most of guys don't understand that. They maybe turn back. It's a open data is very difficult. They think it's very difficult. We don't understand. We don't use it. It's just a code. That's why we always talk and teach about open data. It's was not just about the free color for dashboard. Give your data. Just to give your data. That was our lessons we learned last 5 years.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Sambu. There's a lot to learn from what you've just shared, right? I won't attempt to summarize it. The only takeaways I have is, publish with purpose, make sure that there is participation and use. And the great thing that you've extended is government actually listens to the ones who are using the data, and you actually feed it back to your analysis and actually see what is missing and even learn from how they're showing data and making it more, user friendly to other folks. So Sambu, amazing experience from Mongolia. Thank you so much. Now we will move on from Mongolia. We go to South Asia. Kabir Arora, urban researcher, program lead at Civic Data Lab in India on adapting the open contracting approach in climate action strategy. Civic Data Lab has used open contracting datasets to mitigate flooding. Can you tell us, Kabir, how open data strengthens the enabling environment between government and the private sector? Can you also tell us about how this approach can be used as part of climate change adaptation strategy? Kabir?
Thank you, Ivy. First of all, Shambhu, I really liked your presentation. There was a lot of overlaps and things we resonated with. So before I move forward, let me just very briefly introduce Civic Data Lab. So it is a private research lab which works on intersection of data, tech, design, and social science. And we aim to strengthen access to information and civic engagement in India. So we see access to data as a key component in increasing civic engagement in the process of governance. So just to respond to your question about role of open data in strengthening environment for government and private sector to come together, we also are part of a private research lab. Primarily, we are a private research lab. So our position is precisely that of the question that you asked. So currently I'm leading this initiative we call Open Contracting India, which is supported by Open Contracting Partnership. And we are trying to push for reforms in public procurement ecosystem with the hope that this particular data set can lead to more timely and data-driven decision, which can help ensuring equitable distribution of resources as per the needs, empower vulnerable population, and also the second part of your question, enhance efforts towards disaster preparedness and climate mitigation. So if I could just go through the journey that we took till now, that does show how the two actors did come together. So our journey with open data started with intent of bringing some fiscal reforms in government. And for this, we looked initially into budget data across scales. However, we soon realized that there were huge gaps in budget figures and actual expenditure. And as such, there was a need to expand our understanding about fiscal flows, and we had to look towards expenditure data. Now, public procurements is around 30% of India's GDP, and as such, that's a huge data trail. However, as is often the case, this data is not standardized or uniform. It is disaggregated and scattered across platforms, both online and offline. And as such, despite being public in nature, it is barely accessible in any useful manner, and not just to public, but often to state agencies as well. So one of the first things that we did was last year as a part of Taiwan Presidential Hackathon, where we mapped procurement data for state of Himachal Pradesh, which is in northern India, in OCDS format, which was discussed in an earlier session as a global data standards. And this allowed us to develop an index we call Health Procurement Performance Index. We filtered health and water and sanitation related data and mapped them to the respective SDG targets. So it allowed us, not only us and civic organization, but also state agencies to see how different districts in state have performed in these two sectors. And which are the spaces where more attention could be used and more collaboration could be invited. So just presence of this data out there to be explored further, analyzed, reveals multiple opportunities where possible collaborations can happen. And with the help of OCP, we were able to continue our journey to another state in India, which is one of the world's most flood-prone area called Assam. And of course, because we are a research lab ourselves, it took us some time to develop relationship with the state actors and convince them of the possibilities. And because we had a platform we developed earlier, and also because we had OCP on our side, it definitely helped. So because of it, we were able to gain access to 5 years of procurement data for the state of Assam, which is a big thing in itself, because all this data to be present in disaggregated manner on one platform is something which is not there to begin with. We can access tenders, but there is just a part of information, and we can look for one tender at a time. So to download, say 5 year of tender would be 30,000 tenders for just one state. So, and then we have mapped this 5 years of tenders in OCDS format, and we're in process of uploading them on a public portal where people can explore this data set and analyze it further. And so this will again allow government and private enterprises, social enterprises, to see what are the areas which they can work upon. And we're working with government departments to ensure that it does not just become one-time thing, but it should be a more continuous thing. So as again, something which was discussed in earlier session, how it could be automated is also something we are working towards in collaboration with government. So there's a large part of capacity building required. And again, for which we are being able to tie up with government to do those capacity building workshops, to be able to develop APIs, to be able to see how we can ensure a more automated pipeline to ensure this kind of data set is present in public. And on the other end, we got in touch with multiple CSOs and social enterprises who had tremendous ideas about some of the issues which state is working towards, and there are gaps in them. But there's a lack of awareness about possible collaboration, which might be welcomed actually. So if there's a data set like this out there, it provides that kind of awareness and possible collaboration for new and upcoming enterprises to be able to participate in the process of solution finding and governance. I'll move to the second part also about how does it link to the idea of climate action and better disaster responses. But before that, very quickly, government is also interested in being able to analyze their own data, because there are mandates and central level policies in place because of which they would want to assess their performance, for example, in achieving SDGs, or their efficiency, or the degree of competition achieved, inclusion, and so on. But despite of these policies, there are no mechanisms to actually follow them through. Yeah, I guess I'm running out of time, so I will very quickly move towards the second part of the question. So globally, floods are quite frequent natural disaster, and specifically in Southeast Asia. In India, just in last 3 years alone, more than 6,800 people had lost their lives because of rains, floods, and storms till March of 2021. So what we are trying to do is marry the procurement data for flood relief and mitigation to different kinds of socioeconomic indicators, to meteorological data, to geological data, to be able to see predictive modeling about how performance could be enhanced, as well as retrospective understanding about how we have performed. In case resources might be inequitably going to the areas which have a louder say in discourse of governance, but not actually as serious in terms of threat, compared to areas which might actually be left behind because of, say, not enough political representation. So we are trying to come towards this model, and we are collaborating with government and district administration to be able to pilot these efforts. So yes, we are quite excited about how that will pan out. Ivy, over to you. Sorry if I exceeded the time limit.
No worries. There's a lot to cover from that question. And I thank you so much for what you've shared, Kabir. I'm sure there are other people here who are very interested also to really see this application and hear from your story on what will happen, right? Because obviously this is going to be a huge issue for a lot of sub-regions in Asia Pacific. And obviously we have to start having these conversations, right? Across sectors, across, between, among, everyone needs to have this conversation. All right, I know I'm mindful of time. We're almost at time, and I want to just give maybe 2-3 minutes for people who have clarifications or questions for our 3 panelists right now. So for Sambu, for Kabir, for Director Aida, I would like to direct you either to the chat box or to our Jamboard. If you prefer the Jamboard, go to the one with Q&A panel 2. Let's see if there is anyone who wants to ask anything. Let's just wait a bit. Two. If there is no one who is going to ask a question, I will ask a question, and I will use my moderator hat for that. Monica, if we could go to the next page. Sorry, we do have a question. Interesting. Okay. For Director Talavera, how do we ensure the safety of citizen auditors from red tags in doing participatory audit, and how has CPA changed the methodologies of the auditing now that we are in a pandemic?
So we have 2 questions.
Yes, 2 questions.
With regard to question 1, the COA as an audit institution does its work according to certain processes. And since the civil society members are part of the team as audit team members, then they are considered as regular COA auditors. So we don't actually experience red tagging here because they are built into the team. The second question is, how does CPA change the methodologies of the auditing now that we are currently we are doing online validation of the publication of procurement data in the field jets. That is the major change that happened because of the limitations of the pandemic. So we can only do online activities because we also need to protect both our regular auditors and our citizen auditors. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it seems like you answered. Well, I think you answered her question, whoever he or she is. So let's see if there's anything else. In the interest of time, we will move on to the next section of this Q&A. if you can see, this is for all our speakers, right? Not just for Kabir, Aida, and Sambu. Discussion for now and beyond. So these questions are actually not just on managing procurement risks. This is a question for everyone in this room right now. What do you want to learn from your peers, right? You heard a lot of stories the past hour plus. What else do you want to hear? What other topics? What other experiences? And in the same vein, and I also encourage our speakers here, what can you share from your experiences? What do you think you can, what knowledge can you impart? So this is a way for us to figure out, future conversations that we can have. So I encourage everyone to start looking at the Jamboard and placing any requests that you have on what else you want to learn, and also what you can offer would be super helpful. As people are, I will give everyone a bit of break for that while you're working on that. A question for our speakers. And this goes to everyone, both panels. What recommendation can you give to a peer who is looking to implement a similar initiative to make it more concrete? A similar initiative that you're working on. I hope that was clear. Who would like to take
Anybody?
this?
I can answer for the
Go
CPA.
ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
We can sit down and work hand in hand every step of the way, starting small, and then whatever is right, whatever gets done, then we enlarge and consider other possibilities that we can hold each other's hand and do step by step.
What your response, Ma'am Aida, reminds me of a quote where they said it's better to use the word cooperation because both of you are operating a specific part of the machine together. So I like what your point on that one. Very important now in a very complex environment. Kabir, Sambu,
it is important to start small.
Yeah, for sure. Kabir, do you want to step in?
Yeah, sure. So what I would suggest from our experience is to find more people who are working in the direction, or at least principally aligned, because there are a lot of people who are working independently in different smaller ways, but it helps to kind of start a discourse of the thing that you are doing. So if 100 people are talking about same things, similar things, it's always helpful to get more minds, more people, more talent on board. So I would just underline the value of kind of disseminating your work and finding more collaborative teams to work with you. That is always helpful.
Thanks, Kabir.
I think we just to start new thing. Don't be afraid, because new thing is the very difficult to implementing. Starting is the 50% of your work. For example, right now we're facing implementing artificial intelligence feature our system. Even though we developed our infrastructure, some other government organizations' data is not clear. That's why we need to wait, because artificial intelligence, machine readable, machine learning is a very important. Data is very important. That's why we need to increase data exchanging. We need to collect more data from the other agencies, other history data, so on. Then I think just a start, maybe it's 50% of your reform, your changes, because most of people's mindset very old-fashioned in Mongolia, because that's why someone should lead some reforms. Thank you.
Thanks, Kabir, Aida, Sambu, very concrete advice there. And yes, we all need to show up, obviously, so that we can get to, work together and have tangible results. There is one request, Sambu, if you could share the roadmap. That was one request. I believe we will ask, UNDP probably will be posting a recording. I might be incorrect here, but I think this is something for us to flag as well, because there are requests for slides. So Sambu, if you could share the roadmap with the team, and then we'll, I guess, forward to the organizers.
Okay, I will share our roadmap to artificial intelligence and increasing machine readable data.
Yes, thank you. All right. So we have two on what they want to learn from your peers: tangible, practical ways to scrutinize public contracts and identify potential corruption. Oh, that's a really good conversation. Roadmap to get where you have gotten with respect to bringing about changes. I think we can get more information on that one, because we have different stories on this. All right. I have one last question. I will push we have 8 more minutes left. One last question. If I could ask Monica to move to the next page, please. And I'll open this up. If you don't want to do you can use the sticky notes. You can also just raise your hand if you want to answer this. I'm also going to open this to speakers. We're now in 2030. Imagine yourself. What are the 2 recommendations from this session on risks that you think can help all of us move in the right direction so that we reach the SDGs? I think silence means we still need to think about this question for a bit of time. And no worries, we will keep this open. Let me give you a few more seconds.
I think we need to educate young people. So we need to change our mindsets. Of course, most of countries using the coal. We need to stop coal electric heating systems. Or I think education and mindset changing is the very important thing to right direction to reach sustainable development.
And this, Sambu, this is related to changing mindsets and educating the youth around this specific topic that we're talking about. All right. And I see there are 2 other ideas coming up. Standardized data disclosure accessible for the public. Yes. Youth involvement to change mindset, as mentioned by Sambu. Not just sharing data, but build capacities of people to use that data, both in governments and the public. So that's a great response, because all of us are users of the data. All of us will benefit from mining that information. Cross-country, cross-sectoral sharing and partnerships. That is true. We're all learning from different, even if we have different contexts, there are things that bind us, things that we share. Very nice ideas, everyone. Just wait a bit in case we have anyone else. I think that's it. And these are quite strong. These recommendations are quite strong. And I believe it, efficiently sums up the conversation that we have. Oh, there's one more. Open contracting process to solve social problems, focusing on vulnerable communities. Making it more inclusive, making taxpayers' monies work for the taxpayers. And as mentioned by Brooke on chat, if you need more time to think, we will return to this question in session 7. The Jamboard that you see here will still be accessible to you in that session. All right. With that, thank you so much for having joined us in this session. Let me just quickly try my best to wrap up this wonderful conversation that we just had. Managing risks, this demands a closer look at the procurement ecosystem, understanding the procurement process and ecosystem to be able to identify strategic entry points where greater engagement is possible, especially in introducing reforms, is quite important. It's not just about the infrastructure or about digitizing information. We know that's important, but equally, as mentioned also in this last Jamboard, it's about building capacities of different stakeholders, of people in government, of civil society, of media, of audit institutions, all towards ensuring accountability and in reaching outcomes. So if I look at all the conversations we had, I see there are 3 key areas. First, being transparent and inclusive by default. Higher quality data from national to local, meaning there's timely, complete, and usable data. Hopefully, these are gender disaggregated data. Next is data standards and interoperability across data sets, linking procurement, budget data, company ownership information, public audits, even sectoral data on environment, etc. Lastly, on participation, engaging users of data and providing engagement channels for watchdog organizations, private sector, artists, social accountability advocates to provide timely feedback, enabling participation, especially as you're identifying data sets and designing a system that takes into account differences in context, needs, and vulnerabilities of different groups. Essentially, it's about creating a system of oversight that enables accountability. You have a constellation of actors from civil society, from citizens, from business, multiple branches and levels of government working together, cooperating on what these figuring out what these funds are spent for will shape longer term efforts and build the world we will live in after COVID. With that, I would like to thank everyone for this amazing session. Where is my co-moderator, Nanda? Let's say thank you and to our panelists and to all of the people here in the virtual room. Nanda?
Thank you, Ivy. Just to add a little bit, thank you for everyone participating. This is not the end. We invite you to join the closing session, and then we're hoping that we're going to have a continuous discussion on public procurement, not only to achieve SDGs, but to discuss, to solve social issues and then the environmental issues. So with that, we hand over back to Sarah.
Thank you, Nanda and Ivy, for this great session, and panelists for the excellent presentations and conversations. We're now taking another short break, but please come back. We have another session for you at 4:15, where we will take a look into a new innovative tool developed by UNDP to promote sustainable public procurement. So we'll resume at 4:15. I'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the role of public procurement in achieving the SDGs, an ASEAN regional dialogue. The next session is entitled Expanding the Knowledge on Public Procurement and is organized in partnership with the global project Anti-Corruption for Peaceful and Inclusive Society. It will introduce us to a new online course on public procurement produced by UNDP. We have a great moderator for this session, Ms. Aida Archunova, Program Manager, UNDP's Global Anti-Corruption Initiative. Currently, Aida manages UNDP's Global Anti-Corruption for Peaceful and Inclusive Society project based in UNDP Singapore Global Policy Center. She leads activities of the program that relate to work on transparency, accountability, and anti-corruption, specifically focusing on social accountability initiatives, work in sector like education, health and water, gender and local governance, integration of anti-corruption into country programs, strategies, and much more. Without further ado, I'll leave the floor now to Aida.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for a very nice introduction. And hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, dear participants, colleagues. I'm happy to be part of this webinar since yesterday, and I have been enjoying the sessions. So I hope that this session will be also interesting to all the participants. And I have the pleasure to moderate this session on expanding the knowledge on public procurement. The session will introduce the new online public procurement course that has been jointly developed by UNDP's Global Anti-Corruption Team and UNDP Asia Pacific Regional Anti-Corruption Team, in particular our FAIRBIZ project team. The online course aims to improve stakeholders' knowledge on how public procurement for inclusive and sustainable growth is vital for achieving the SDGs. And this course focuses mostly and more on the basics and fundamentals of public procurement, serving as a primer for all stakeholders. Government entities as procurement bodies, procuring entities, businesses, private sector as prospective suppliers, as well as civil society participating in procurement for accountability and advocacy. We have already finalized the content development process, and the course will be peer-reviewed now by our selected program partners, including colleagues from UNODC and Open Government Partnership that are speakers today as well. So we will launch this course. This is kind of an announcement of this course or a pre-launch of this course, but the launching event of this course will be at the 9th session of the Conference of States Parties to UN Convention Against Corruption, which many of you might know that it will take place in December this year in Egypt. So we hope that the course will be publicly available online early in 2022. Briefly about the flow of the session. So we have 3 speakers, Anga Timilsina, the Global Program Advisor from UNDP on anti-corruption, will provide a brief overview of the online course that consists of 4 modules. And then the presentation will be followed by inputs and feedback from our colleagues from UNODC, Francesco Checchi, and Open Government Partnership colleague, Vivian. In the end, this session is 30 minutes, so we don't actually have much time, but we hope to have some Q&A session, and we would like to request you to type in your questions in the Q&A section of this format. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to Anga Timilsina, who is leading UNDP's Global Anti-Corruption Program, and he provides overall supervision and guidance to UNDP country offices to prevent and combat corruption. And Anga, you know, he has long years of experience in the area of fighting corruption, and he has provided governance and anti-corruption technical support to more than 40 countries, including support for strengthening the capacity of government institutions, private sector, CSOs, media, youth, and women network to prevent and combat corruption. So Anga, without further ado, please, over to you. We hope that your connection will be good. And yes, over to you, Anga.
Thank you, Aida, and hello, everyone. On behalf of our global anti-corruption team, I would also like to thank you all for your participation to this today's event. And I was also participating in yesterday's session as well as earlier today. And the topic is really important in terms of the role of public procurement in achieving the SDGs. But this afternoon, I have the pleasure of introducing our new UNDP online course on the fundamentals of public procurement, serving as a primer for all stakeholders. And we have Francisco and Vivian also presenting their reflections on this course, because as Aida said, we are in the process of finalizing it, and the course will also go through the peer review process. So the reflection from Francisco and Vivian are really important. And we will launch this course later on, but today let me just give you some highlights of this course. Next slide, please. We already heard many things about corruption, transparency, openness, also the issue of gender, the sustainability, and so on yesterday, as well as in our country presentation. I don't want to spend much time giving you the background, but let me just reiterate these three set of data. The first data, of course, is speaks itself. The globally government spent a total of approximately $13 trillion in a year on public procurement, but only about 2.81% of this contracted value is disclosed, meaning that we need to go a long way in terms of transparency in public procurement. Most of these processes happen in very opaque and non-transparent environment. And our own data from UNODC shows that about 10 to 25% of any contract's overall value may be lost due to corruption. And according to OECD, more than half, about 57% of all foreign bribery cases are related to public procurement. So it's a lot of money. You know, when we talk about like 25% of $13 trillion, but the issue of corruption is not just about the leakages of resources. Next slide, please. The issue is also about poor infrastructure. The issue is also about insufficient service delivery, because the issue of corruption in public procurement is a cross-cutting issue. It's also about job creation. It's about, as I mentioned earlier, service delivery. It's also about stimulating private sector growth. And also we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic that the crisis really has exposed the vulnerability of procurement systems to corruption in many countries, especially in a situation where there is lack of transparency, accountability, and integrity in the overall governance system, as well as in a situation where the rules and regulations have been suspended because of the urgency to deal with the COVID-19 situation. So we have seen corruption problem across policies across all processes, institutions, procurement processes regarding COVID-19 as well. So overall, corruption and fraud in public procurement impacts the achievement of all SDGs, whether it's education or health or infrastructure related SDGs or environment and biodiversity related SDGs, our sustainable cities, and so on. Therefore, transparent and public procurement is critical to achieving sustainable development, especially achieving all SDGs. Next slide, please. Well, there are three objectives of the course. First objective is to provide a basic understanding of the functions and procedure of effective public procurement systems with a special focus on transparency and integrity. The second objective of this course is to equip stakeholders with the capacity to apply relevant tools provided by this course to ensure transparent and efficient public procurement through the respective roles of public authorities, the bidders, and the observers. And finally, the third objective is to foster stakeholders' ability to collaborate across sectors, especially in achieving the inclusive growth and sustainable development agenda. Next slide. Okay, so the course is particularly tailored to these three key stakeholders in order to promote a collaborative approach between government, civil society, and the private sector. Next slide, please. But the course also will be useful to the representatives of all international organizations, as well as anyone who wishes to obtain a basic understanding of transparent and open public procurement system. But we have particularly focused on the public officials, businesses, and civil society for their roles and responsibilities. But of course, as I said, the course will be also useful for researchers or people from academia, as well as other practitioners from our partners, program partners, and donor partners. Okay, let me quickly spend 1 or 2 minutes on the modules of this course. It has 4 modules. Module 1 refers to the resource guide developed by UNDP's Fair Biz team. I think Diana introduced the fundamentals and the principle of transparent public procurement yesterday. The module 1 also links transparent public procurement with the broader development agenda and the SDGs as a background. And module 2 presents different processes and components of public procurement system. It explores the different stages of the public procurement in the life cycle, such as the process related to planning, process related to sourcing, process related to contract management, and also understanding different phases, the pre-tender phase, the during tender and past tender phase, and different types of public procurement. And module 3 looks into the corruption risk that exists across public procurement and in each stages of procurement. As I mentioned earlier, the pre-stage, the during the procurement process, as well as post-tender processes. And it also provides mitigation actions to tackle the corruption risk in each of those phases. And module 4 situates public procurement in the bigger sustainable public procurement agenda for inclusive growth and sustainable development. It also highlights emergency procurements and corruption risk, such as in the situation of COVID-19 pandemic. and also the issue of the measures to build forward better from the COVID-19 impact. So we have, in total, we have 4 modules. Next slide, please. Okay, so what this course offers, I already mentioned the fundamentals of transparent and open public procurements. It also provides country examples, case studies, good practices around the world. It also provides the tools, resources for further reading and information, including our UNODC guide and other materials from open contracting and so on. And it also provides short exercises and a final assessment to test the knowledge of those who are taking this course. I think the pass mark is about, it's 70 or 80%, either can confirm later. And by the end of this course, the participants should understand public procurement system and their underlying principle, and participants should have strengthened capacity to identify and mitigate corruption risk involved in various stages of public procurement. And participants should identify relevant tools to apply to their respective roles, meaning that the roles for civil society, the roles for public officials and agencies, and the roles for the private sector. Next slide. Oh, I think, yeah, that's the last slide. And thank you, everyone. And we look forward to the launch of this online course. And before that, we also look forward to receiving inputs from our partners during the peer review process. And I also request our all country office colleagues and partners to maximize the utilization of this online course, because this course is a little bit different than other existing course, partly because many other courses only focus on the technicality or technical part of procurement. But we are focusing on the roles of different stakeholders to promote a more collective action towards transparent public procurement. So this is the idea, to link with the inclusive growth agenda as well as sustainable development agenda by bringing the role and responsibility of all stakeholders in the process to promote transparency, accountability, and integrity in public procurement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Anga, for introducing our course. We feel it as, you know, the ownership of the course, and I'm really happy that we are in the final stage of completing or packaging this course. One of the key features is that you highlighted is that it's for all. It's for governments, for private sector, for civil society, for academia, and for regular people, you know, who are interested in public procurement course and who would like to take it. So it will be accessible for free, and with some exercises and with the certificate in the end, if you get 80% of correct answers. So I think we will stay tuned, of course, and the Global Anti-Corruption Team and Regional Anti-Corruption Team, FAIRBIZ, will share with you information once it's up and online. And now it will be interesting also to hear from our colleagues who reviewed our course and who we invited to this session to reflect on the course and to share with us their thoughts on how it can help the work of partners, of our partners, UNDP partners. I would like to ask Francesco, who is anti-corruption advisor for Southeast Asia, currently from UNODC, based in Bangkok, giving his feedback, but I would like to briefly tell you a brief bio of Francesco, who has 15 and more than 15 years now of experience working for international organizations. Francesco worked for UNDP. He was our colleague in Bratislava, in Istanbul. Then he moved to UNODC. He has vast experience of good governance, public administration reform, and anti-corruption. Francesco focuses on providing support to member states who are signatories of the UN Convention Against Corruption to implement the convention. He provides expert advice to countries and inputs to development and implementation of technical assistance programs in anti-corruption at regional or national levels in Southeast Asia and South Asia. So Francesco, please share with us your feedback, your thoughts. What is your overall feel of the course? You have looked at the draft of the course and the contents, and if you could highlight to us what synergies do you see with the work of UNODC on public procurement, and how we could complement UNDP and UNODC, our activities specifically in this area. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Aida. It's great to participate in the dialogue. On behalf of UNODC, really thanks to UNDP, to the global program, as well as to the regional program of UNDP in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, with which we work quite extensively. So I'm really glad to see this procurement training that has been developed. I think, first of all, let me say it's a long overdue thing. It's a long overdue tool that is needed for quite some time, and it's good that UNDP got to it and developed it, because there's not such a thing, or as well such a structured and comprehensive course of this level and with these characteristics at this point in time. So it is very good that we have it. I did it. I passed the tests. I did the training. I must say I enjoyed it quite a lot. It's a good training. It's well structured and comprehensive. Both, I would say, for beginner students, junior officials, but also, I must say, for public officials that are engaged and involved in procurement and want to expand their knowledge on issues such as, new technology and innovative practices for the identification of corruption risks, for examples, or on transparency of procurement processes, open data, on the utilization of artificial intelligence, but also overall, if they want to have a good overview of how the various elements of procurement work together and the various corruption risks that they can find, I think this course is extremely useful. The course contains a clear explanation of the cycle of procurement and of the roles of the institutions, including oversight, and that's really quite good, quite remarkable. I also very like the part related to the various procurement procedures, be it open, restriction, framework agreements. I think it's very well done. It's well structured. It's comprehensive. You manage to really explain even rather complex issues in an accessible way. So that's also extremely good. And also, I wanted to mention what Hanga highlighted, which is the issue of the multi-stakeholder approach that you have throughout the course. So, you focus on these three stakeholders: the civil society, the public sector, and the private sector, the businesses. And throughout the various modules, you explain how these stakeholders can come together, can address corruption issues, the issue of monitoring by civil society, by the public sector, why it is important for the private sector to be involved in such types of activities, such as the cost or the Transparency Pact. So these are all very, very well done and well explained. The redressal mechanisms, everything that's in the course is very well explained, and also, of course, the part on innovative technologies. So you have the OCDS, the open data, artificial intelligence, and you have an explanation of how these tools can be utilized. And of course, the tools will have to be complemented. If somebody wants to have very technical specific knowledge on the subject, it will have to be complemented by other with other sources. But it is, I would say, a very good starting point for anybody who's interested in this topic. So I really recommend I'm looking forward for this, the finalization. If you need other input, I really recommend to colleagues to pass the course. Even development practitioners should do it. Development practitioners that are involved in advising on prevention of corruption issues. If I can, maybe just a slight kind of observation, the course would maybe benefit from a little bit more inputs on the side of legal frameworks, a bit more reference to some of the legal frameworks at the national level. Of course, you make reference to the UNCITRAL model law, but maybe referring to some specific pieces of legislation that when you introduce some of the aspects. But I think there will be a point where we are going to provide more feedbacks on the course. So we will do this at the later stage. But overall, yes, it's very good. I think I will propose to the colleagues at UNODC, but also the organization, to maybe integrate it even in the work that we do as a preliminary course that, for example, trainees that participate in our training may want to go through before going through our activities. And so there are synergies around how we can use the course, of course, and generally there's a lot of synergies in the area of public procurement with UNDP. As you know, UNODC works for mostly in the framework of the UNCAC reviews. At this point, we have the second cycle of reviews with a lot of recommendations around procurement. So, on issues related to accessibility of the procurement processes, on the utilization of technologies, on the fact that legal frameworks need to be comprehensive enough, that there's no trainings, not enough training for specialized training for procurement stuff. So there's a lot of recommendations in this area that we can address together and work in synergy both in the region and globally. So I know that there is an ongoing discussion on these topics. We are also, of course, working on the development of specific sectoral approaches, for instance, in the health sector, and I know UNDP is doing the same. So there will be quite a lot of opportunities to work together. Yeah.
Thank you, Francesco. Sorry to cut you short because we are running out of time. Your inputs are really very, very useful. The three main things is that the course is multi-stakeholder. It covers, all the topics, complex topics, and presents it in a simple way, and it's user-friendly. So we will, of course, take on board your observations, which are also very useful. And I will ask now Vivienne, who is our colleague, to comment from OGP. Vivienne Suerte Cortes, she is currently a consultant for the thematic policy areas at the Open Government Partnership. And Vivienne will also share her thoughts about the course and she will particularly focus on how useful this course will be for civil society organizations and how that could complement the work of OGP. Vivian, you have 3 minutes. We are running a bit behind the schedule, but I hope that our colleagues will forgive us this really very interesting discussion. And please, if you have any questions, we could maybe afterwards you can direct them and we can do it via emails. But Vivian, over to you, please.
Okay, thank you everyone, and I hope you hear me well. Thank you for inviting OGP to provide feedback and to be part of the panel discussion. So, like Francesco, I went through the 4-module course and found it very informational, interactive, and engaging. It is a great introductory course for individuals who want to learn more about public procurement, and it is also equally useful as a refresher course for people who are already familiar with the topic. So as you know, at the core of the Open Government Partnership is a domestic dialogue between government and civil society who co-create a set of open government commitments that are locked down in 2-year action plans. So since 2011, 78 countries and 76 local governments have used the platform to advance public procurement and open contracting as part of their action plans. In fact, we have 77 members who have made 239 commitments. 60% of these are considered ambitious, while 25% of the commitments have achieved strong results in terms of opening up government. In the Asia-Pacific region alone, we have countries like Indonesia, Mongolia, and the Philippines that have co-created commitments that allowed for increased citizen access to public contracts. And also in terms of publishing procurement information through the use of open data standards. This has resulted to increased government transparency in public procurement and greater citizen engagement in monitoring and providing feedback. So it was actually very great to see that Ukraine's experience was also highlighted in the course, since they were able to establish an online portal for e-procurement, which also proved helpful during the COVID-19 pandemic. So UNDP's public procurement course provides a concrete tool that governments and civil society can leverage to raise the ambition of public procurement commitments in action plans, because it provides a very concrete guidance. It provides great ideas and examples on how to raise the bar in opening up public procurement processes. It also has a very good and clear value proposition of the benefits of transparent and open public procurement for those that we could say may not yet be very convinced of the benefits of opening up government. So altogether, it is a great tool for champions in government, civil society, and the private sector to explain these benefits to peers that may still be a bit skeptical. So the course is more relevant than ever in the context of the pandemic. According to some figures, for instance, governments have mobilized around $14 trillion in COVID-19 stimulus and safety nets. When such large amounts of financial flows are at stake, there is a very high risk of corruption. And during the pandemic, we have seen how issues like contract irregularities, missing medical supplies, and conflicts of interest are exacerbated. Okay, so having said that,
Monica, sorry, we have 1 minute. I got like red line already. I apologize.
Yeah, so this is my last few sentences. So furthermore, the course provides a very excellent tool to understand corruption risks associated to public procurement at the different levels. So it shows very concrete examples and guidance on how to mitigate these risks. And it shows very clearly how an open approach that opens up information, but also involves citizens, civil society, journalists, and other key stakeholders in monitoring procurement processes can help mitigate. So this is a very useful resource within the OGP community to have as guidance during the review, drafting, and implementation of public procurement and open contracting commitments in action plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Thank you, Francesco. Thank you, Anga, for very interesting thoughts, presentations. I think that we intrigued already our participants, and they are looking forward to have this online course available so that they take it. And that was the objective. And we apologize for taking, 5 minutes from the time of the webinar. And Sarah, over to you. We wish you the successful completion of this webinar. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Aida, and thank you, panelists, for providing this great feedback and brilliant overview of the course. Now to conclude the 2 days of dialogue, of these inspiring discussions and presentations, we have designed an interactive and creative session entitled A Look into the Future of Procurement. To moderate this session, 2 pillars of the FairBiz program, Darko Pavlovic, project manager for FairBiz, and Brooke Horowitz, FairBiz business integrity advisor. I'll leave the floor to you both.
Great, thank you so much, Sarah. This is a session about the future, and I want you to actually imagine yourself that today is 28th of October in 2030. So we are 9 years away from that, and the question that we are actually asking is most of the SDGs have been attained in part thanks to the major changes in how public procurement has been regulated and managed over the last decade. So now that we are in 2030, we are looking back at the regional dialogue held by FairBiz and our partners in October 2021, which conveyed the main players and inspired new and innovative thinking. So what are 2 or 3 key recommendations of the dialogue that set procurement in the right direction to reach these goals? So today we have really like a set of actually really excellent moderators and also partners who are going to actually tell us what they actually think is going to happen and what are some of the key areas that procurement is going to have in future. So I will start basically by giving the floor to Katja Frivold, Regional Program Manager for We Empower Asia, to actually give us a little bit of an insight, because she was already very visionary, and in her actually session, she already asked a similar question. So Katja, over the floor to you to actually explain us a little bit more about your thinking for the future.
Thank you very much, Darko. And starting on a light note, I think 10 years from now, I'm hopefully relieved from not having very screamy kids running around and being overexcited on Halloween coming up in 2 days. So this aside, a huge thank you to everyone actually that participated and organized this really informative dialogue. And I'm just going to fast forward myself to indeed 2030. And I hope, truly hope from the bottom of my heart that I'm addressing everyone from a much more equitable and more inclusive marketplace where everyone can thrive equally. And in order to do this, it was actually really great to have a conversation today, or in 2021, if you want to put it in that language, with a really passionate group of people. And I just want to remind us where we started from. And we started from a very scary number, actually, which was 1% of global procurement spent publicly and privately only goes in the hand of women-owned businesses. And that, I think, really inspired the whole conversation that really helped us to fast forward to 2030 right now. And that came up as a couple of areas that we have implemented 10 years over the last decade. And it really helped us to enable this much more inclusive marketplace. And I would like to take the opportunity and really go back to the drawing board and show you a little bit what we have actually came up with. And I'm trying to share my screen, which is not working. I don't know if I'm enabled or not enabled, doesn't matter. I think technology is so far advanced in 2030 that I cannot handle it anymore. So the key areas that came out and what have been taken forward or need to be taken forward, so let's put it that way, The first one is actually a discussion. We had a question around public procurement, a lot of conversation on public procurement, but I think one of the things that came out in 2021 is bringing public and private procurement together and think about this holistically can really help to advance the area much faster, because there are common threats here that need to be done, or not common areas that had to be advanced. For example, capacity building. I think the last session shared also about toolkits, about really elements, tools, assessment tools, and capacity building materials that are relevant for different players. So that was one big investment that had to be done to really invest in capacity building of all ecosystem players, and also came up with the sort of conversation around partnerships that I think, to no surprise, had been essential for achieving all of the SDGs, but particularly to advance gender responsive procurement. The intersection of gender expert, procurement expert, public and private experts coming together and really implementing has been an important one. One other thing, which seems to be small on here, but a strong discussion that we had and which really had to move forward, is all the discussion on data. We have heard fightingly from many government players, but also private sector participants at the time, that gender disaggregated data is something which is not currently corrected or very poorly corrected. So this has been a key enabler to really advance, because only what we see and measure can actually be implemented. So that was the second area. And last but not least, to just summarize it together, because there was a lot of discussion around spent on women-owned businesses, but also a discussion around that we need to look at that in a more systemic way. And when we say systemic, it means also that gender equality as a larger item needs to be advanced. And really, we need to invest in more gender responsive business conduct at large. And also here, partnerships have been forged amongst different organizations, UNDP with Business and Human Rights, UN Women, ADP, we have heard at the time, several governments that spoke about this. So only if we also get this investment in gender responsive business conduct, then the whole area of procurement can advance and become more gender inclusive. So it's not only investing in women-owned businesses, it's the wider ecosystem that we've heard needed to be invested in. And gratefully, governments and other players have invested, and we are here at 2030 and having a more inclusive marketplace. So I think that's a good reflection. And a last point, and then I'll hand it back over to Darko and hear from the others. I think also great that we were allowed to start a session and speaking about gender and thinking back on gender. I think it's also a signal already that we are more inclusive and we really have prioritized that area. Thank you very much. Over to you, Darko.
No, thank you so much, Katja. And I mean, really, in 2030, I really hope that that number of 1% is going to increase at least multifold, because I mean, it's a really striking number, and we really need to do it together and in a way that is really inclusive, and we like in partnerships, because we really need to move that needle. And I hope that, and I'm sure that, you know, this maybe just dialogue is one of these kind of like steps that we are actually taking towards that goal. So now I will actually use the opportunity also to actually show you the Jamboard, where we would also like for participants to share some of their actually thinking and about the future. So we already kind of like clustered some of the activities related to some of the key, let's say, areas of procurement that we have been discussing. So I'm just going to point to this section up. You can see here, you can actually scroll the different pages. So this first page is around technology and procurement. If you press here, you will actually see that you can put for the gender responsive procurement. Then the third is about the risks procurement. Fourth is around sustainable public procurement. Fifth is any other area of interest that maybe we didn't cover or that you think is important, that should actually have a place here. I think it's going to be quite interesting to see your ideas, how they actually emerge, and what are some of the thinking that you think that is going to actually happen that actually can really support the 2030 agenda. And of course, please note there are no right or wrong answers. We are all basically thinking about the future and trying to project what the future will hold. So you can use the sticky notes that are here to actually just and use for your ideas. So with that, I am going to stop sharing the screen, and maybe I can just let me check here. Stop the screen, and then I will give the floor to Brooke Horowitz, who is then going to also have this discussion with other moderators and partners that actually took place during these 2 days of dialogue.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Darko. Thank you, Katja, for that introduction from your session. So we're going to do a bit of future gazing with the participants, the other moderators of the sessions over the last 2 days. So I'm very happy to welcome back to our session Mark Lovat from Trident Integrity Solutions, Clara Feng from COST, Nanda Sihombing from Open Contracting Partnership, and Ivy Ong from the Open Government Partnership. And thank you, all of you moderators, for doing such a great job over the last 2 days, getting some fantastic speakers together, and really beginning to conceptualize the future of this issue, which is so important for the development of ASEAN countries. And by the way, not just in our area, but also around the developing world. So what we have got for you now is this discussion about imagining that you're in 2030 and then thinking back to this day today, where we've been discussing together about the opportunities, but also the obstacles to sustainable public development, sustainable public procurement. And we've been asking ourselves, what are the things that are going to make a difference between now and 2030? Now, to summarize very simply, I suppose it's all about data, isn't it? I mean, if you think about it, it's the collection of data, it's the reliability of data, it's the usability of data, so that civil society, for example, can understand what's going on in public procurement and hold the authorities to account. But beyond that, there's also the analysis of data. Now, that's very often been done manually by civil society people, by the governments themselves, by business. But now with the new technologies, with artificial intelligence, there's a whole lot of new opportunities to analyze huge amounts of data which have been beyond the reach of us normal mortals. And then what about the use of the technologies for forensics, for actually detecting fraud or corruption in a public procurement tender? And what about forecasting? What about finding those red flags before they even happen? Now, the private sector is already using artificial intelligence in its compliance and audit function to detect high-risk areas. So what about that for the public sector? What's preventing us from using all of those things? What do we have to unleash to get the data out there, analyzed and acted upon by governments, business, and society? So let me just start off by putting that question to Mark. You're the one who's driven this discussion on the new technologies. What's your feeling about it?
I think, Brooke, that the potential for these new technologies is phenomenal, and I think it's growing all the time. If you think that 9 or 10 years ago, smartphones were really quite rare, now everyone's got them. I remember when smartphones came in, just the first iPhones and so on. Now they're everywhere. Now, if you think that technology is accelerating, what's possible in 2 or 3 years' time will be a lot more than what's possible now. And I think that it'll be the same in 6 or 7 years' time and in 10 years' time. Now, we know really that corruption is heavily impacted by openness and transparency and so on. So I kind of think that the development of these technologies, which will make information much more at people's fingertips, it'll be perhaps be the kind of thing that interested people can pick up on an app on their phone, for example, and they can click a few buttons, and that will raise the issue with perhaps with a news portal, or they can vote on what the big issues are which they're concerned about with the government, for example, and this will help create pressure to disclose more. So I think the advancement of mobile technology will be quite significant, but I think behind that, there'll be a lot more in the area of data development. So a lot of these big developments, which can be very powerful, are held back because the quality of the data is not good enough. There's a huge amount of data cleansing work which is needed. So I think some of what we saw yesterday from the UK Government Digital Service was a reminder that you don't actually have to have a complicated system to generate good quality data. It can be quite simple. Now, if the data can start to generate naturally, if you like, through the systems, then that data can be picked up in all kinds of interesting ways using, you mentioned artificial intelligence and machine learning. So I think machine learning is really going to come to the fore in the next 2 or 3 years. I think if in 9-10 years time we look back, I think that's the critical technology, because as machine learning also accelerates in its potency and in its applications, it will become cheaper. It'll become a lot more prevalent, a lot more natural as part of the day-to-day doing things. Now, I guess with the pandemic, I think the pandemic's really exposed a lot of weaknesses in how procurement's operated, even in developed economies like the UK. You know, we've seen this in the UK. Now, what I hope is that the pandemic could be a turning point as well in this field, and that if you converge the power of artificial intelligence and the data that is starting to emerge through online digitalized procurement platforms, with this kind of the computing power that's coming up, we can have far more precise descriptions of where things are going wrong far more quickly. So what I hope we'll see in due course is real-time monitoring being taken on by governments, so that as an event is actually happening, they can pick up on it. Now, the big problem I see for governments is there's a few really. One is political will. So the drive in democracy that these new technologies can assist in, I think will help. But I think the other is a lot of governments just don't really know where to start. There's all this proliferation of new concepts and ideas that's going on out there, but they don't really know where to look and what to do and how to pick up a good quality, low-cost system that won't trap them into expensive contracts for years to come, but will do the job that they're looking for. And I wonder whether the turning point for this conference might be what a couple of people raised yesterday in our session, which was perhaps that UNDP could be an enabler and an assister in doing that, whereby, because UNDP is very good at establishing collateral platforms, that it could become, if you like, some kind of marketplace or online facility where those procurement officers who want to do this, but don't know how to and don't have the vast budgets that some of these systems require, can go in there, get perhaps some free impartial advice, and go in the right direction much more quickly and much more efficiently than they would if they were trying to do the research themselves. So if I could promote one concept, which is, again, we've talked about this, Darko and Brooke, which is the access for public officials to impartial, good quality, inexpensive professional advice, I think that could be a real game changer. And it would make a lot of these technologies far more accessible and manageable than just the normal market operating conditions that we've got at the moment.
Wonderful, thank you very much, Mark. I can just imagine us, slightly older than we are now, well, me anyway, 2030, looking back today, and there Mark made this recommendation that UNDP would become a platform for bringing this free, clear, and impartial advice to public officials and public procurement agencies in the region. And it's happened, and it's made a great big difference to the way public procurement is managed and implemented and how anti-corruption rules are enforced. So well done, Mark. That was a great start. Let me turn to Clara. Now, we're getting a picture from you and from your colleagues in Open Contracting Partnership and OGP and others about a huge amount of citizen participation in this work. Now, is this all coordinated? Are people working together? Or are these parallel approaches and initiatives? Does it make a difference? Is it fine to have 100 different initiatives doing their own thing, even in the same country? Or should we be making efforts to bring some of these initiatives together and harmonizing them? What do you think?
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Brooke. And it's a real pleasure to be part of the closing session. So, I mean, before I begin, I would like to say a really big thank you to the UNDP team for organizing and curating these 2 days of dialogue. I mean, it's been a very educational experience. And I think as all the panelists have highlighted, I think there's no shortage of good examples from the region and beyond. And I think going back to Brooke's question about, you know, whether there should be like a flourishing of initiatives or should there be like a streamlining, I think it's a bit of both ways. We definitely need to have many different ideas from citizens coming up, because I think it has to be both a very bottom-up approach, and perhaps there is that need to coordinate, so that comes in a bit of that top-down, but I think without being too restrictive. And I think this is where our friends at the Open Contracting Partnership, with the promotion of open contracting data standards, that really helps, because the idea is that they are not prescriptive on the format, the platform where this data has to be shared, but at least if there is a common data standard, this data becomes interoperable and we're able to, you know, exchange and utilize data from different sources. So I think that really is a huge game changer. And I think, as Brooke, you have summed it up really well, that at the end of the day, it's really about data, tech, and people, because I think without, you know, building the capacity of the people, and which I think all this dialogue and tools and resources that have been shared over these 2 days, that really helps to level up this discussion.
Okay, great, thank you. And I mean, would you see in the work that you're doing any particular role, for example, for a group that the sector that we haven't talked a lot about? I mean, there have been participants from business, and I was very struck by Microsoft's presentation about what they're doing on the new technologies for public procurement agencies in Mexico, which we heard about during Mark's session. I mean, that really looks like an exciting project. But if you take business not as a provider of necessarily solutions, but a user of public procurement as a bidder indeed on public procurement tenders, and you know, sometimes very long suffering, because of course many companies, SMEs included, have not managed to win public tenders because of what I call funny business going on in the background. I mean, what could we expect business to be doing in projects such as yours?
Yeah, thanks very much, Brooke. So I think specifically for cost, because we are promoting the transparency of infrastructure investments, a lot of the private sector actors that we work with tend to be the construction companies or the design, the engineers, the professionals who are in the sector. But of course, I think as you've highlighted, there are also business participants who are the vendors of services like Microsoft. So I think that's also the challenge is business as a sector is really broad. But I think going specifically to your question about business as a participant in the bidding process, as a vendor, I think this is particularly where we're having good, transparent, accountable procurement systems actually encourages businesses to increase their capacity and build their own resources and ability actually to participate in this bidding. So I think one example that has come up from Cost Thailand is that because of the increase in the bidding of SMEs, you could see that a lot of the smaller medium companies were investing in their own resources so that they could participate in these procurement processes, which they deem to be fair, because if they think that it's an unfair process, why even bother participating in it, right? Or even ramping up my own resources and building up my own manpower base to participate in these public projects. But because of that, you could see that business sector was also able to innovate. And one of the examples of the construction of a highway where one of the private sector successful bidders was a medium-sized company, which normally didn't participate in such big projects, but they were able to come in with a very competitive bid. And this was so because in a typical highway construction, usually the parts are prefabricated in the big cities like Bangkok before they're transported to the regional areas to be put together as part of the highway. But this company was able to actually invest in a mobile mode. Okay, wait, I think I'm getting the terminology wrong, but they were basically able to invest in the facilities to actually construct the cement mold on site, and that actually reduced transportation costs. And as such, they were actually able to come in with a very competitive bid, and they won it. And I think when we visited the site, they were just really proud of it, because I think a medium-sized company like theirs had never actually participated in such a major national highway project. So I think you can see that, you know, when private sector deems that such such procurement processes are fair, they're able to come in and bid and put in and invest in their own resources. And I think for the government sector as well, when they actually do the analysis of these bidding results, they can see that sizes of project sizes of a certain size tend to attract more SME participants. So this is also where the government can also design their procurement packages in a way that would actually allow SMEs to participate. Because if not, sometimes when the projects are too big, some SMEs may think that this is beyond them and they would not want to participate. So I think at the end of the day, we do want to have open, transparent systems with data that's available to all, including the private sector, so that they can come in and do their own analysis to see whether it's worth investing in their own resources to come in and participate for a procurement.
Thank you very much, Clara. Well, maybe I'll ask Ivy and Nanda to come on together, since you were co-chairing your session. Well, you know, from your session, but also from the work that OCP and OGP are doing and your vision for the future, what are the things that are going to make the big difference in what you're doing or others in this in your area? Nanda, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Brooke. So yeah, to answer that, for us at the OCP, and then it's also discussed in the session that we have on the managing risk of procurement, it's that the standardized contracting data that is open and accessible by the public, that can be used and are being used across countries, across stakeholders, to contribute to a more equitable and sustainable world. And that's why for us, really collaborating with organization and platforms like the OGP, it's a good network, because then you don't work in silos, right? You want to engage with everyone. And also, it's part of our value, the open contracting partnership it goes beyond open data, beyond the transparency. It's being open to ideas, new alliances, like this regional dialogue, to diversity, because you don't want to leave behind the vulnerable groups, to sharing, to taking changes, and to new ways to solve problems which technology is a part of. So yeah, there would be a quick insight from me. I can add more after Ivy from you.
Thanks, Brooke. Thanks, Nanda, for opening it up to that point. So the other point I wanted to bring to the conversation that we just had in our session is this point around having, sorry, 2 points on this one. Open contracting process geared towards solving social problems and making sure that vulnerable communities benefit from this. So it all goes back to use of data. I know we've had conversations on disclosure of information, timeliness, comprehensiveness, etc. But at the end of the day, I think this works if it's used by everyone, right? We gain the value from that. But I wanted to just touch on this particular topic because this would require, you know, different levels of collaboration within government, across different sectors of society. And I think that's exactly what the OGP is trying to push for. When we discuss an open government, it is about having a responsive government that makes systems more understandable, more accessible for people. And when we speak to that, we also have to go into that conversation of inclusiveness, right? And I think one thing that we might forget in the course of putting up these fancy and bright and shiny systems is, at the end of the day, there are different people who need to be able to provide input on the design of these systems, on the design of how these information is shared and accessed. And we have different circumstances, different locations with different vulnerabilities. So I think if we want open contracting and open public procurement data to make sense for us, then we need to make sure that people are brought into the conversation when we're designing and implementing and monitoring any of these initiatives in government. And when it comes to procuring different goods and services that ultimately should benefit the citizens. Brooke?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think those are really good points. This issue of collaboration, it's actually more complicated than it sounds. I mean, we often talk about collective action and in our world of anti-corruption, and of course that applies across the board in anything to do with sustainability. But actually to get the motivation and the inputs of all the sectors and all the stakeholders that are important is a really big job. And I have to say that it's great that OGP is trying to create those platforms of bringing people together. I suppose more focused on how governments look at the world, and that's so important because if Mark mentioned earlier about the issue of political will. Now, I've been to one of your regional meetings, and I can see a lot of governments that are very, very keen to be there at the top table of OGP, and putting forward their sort of persona to the world as a responsible government committed to sustainability. I suppose quite a lot of them have gone to Glasgow this week for the COP26. But underneath is, well, unfortunately, something else going on, which are personal interests, private benefit, things that are actually nothing to do with public service, and the kind of commitment from individuals and people working in public service that we would expect. And that's not reserved to developing countries or countries in ASEAN. It's around the world. The COVID crisis highlighted that. In the most developed countries, emergency procurement was done through the back door. I mean, it's scandalous. So, how do we create a political will which is not just a stated political will, but really incentivizes change within the public sector? Because if we don't get that, however, even if you have all that pressure coming from the citizenship and from journalists and Pandora Papers and Paradise Papers and Panama Papers, it's not going to make any difference. And we'll still be talking about this in 2030.
You're starting with a, an easy question, Brooke. No, I'm kidding. I'll try to make my
sorry to interrupt, but I just don't think we should leave this conference feeling comfortable and happy with what we've done.
Exactly.
We should be unhappy and frustrated and sensing where the obstacles are, so that I hope we'll be able to form some communities of practice, as we call them in UNDP, and I'm sure in your organizations, where we get people together, your organizations, but also some real leadership from the different sectors, including business, to just blast through this thing that is constraining us.
Correct. And I think just to add to what you just shared, right? We're pretty pragmatic about this, and we've also spoken about it on, the importance of beneficial ownership, transparency, for example, and OGP having a beneficial ownership leadership group, getting the lead countries to really have this peer conversation. I mention this because these are touchy conversations for some governments, right? And some private sector, some members of the private sector as well. But I think the important thing here is something that I think I would go back to what Sambu has shared, right? The whole idea of OGP is really to find these reformers inside and outside of government. The reason why I have to say that is because we are aware that government is not monolithic, but we're also very much aware that it's important for us to really surround a community, to have a community around these people who are trying to do the work. Because it is a lonely job, it is a difficult job, and you are really going into power dynamics. You will definitely be, creating enemies because of what you're doing, especially when you're trying to make things transparent, obviously. So I understand that, apart from what you shared, there is a civic space challenge the past 15 years the world over. It's not just the developing countries, it's, even the developed countries, quote unquote. So I think creating those spaces for civil society, for citizens to put government's feet to the fire is important, because obviously having pressure from different levels, I think, is critical, but equally important is even having other heads of state, other international organizations really pushing the boundaries, right? And really being more vocal and creating those incentives in such a way that all of us create those incentives for other countries to start trying to push the boundaries and build that transparent, open government that we're looking for. Nanda?
Yes, thanks, Ivy. That was already a comprehensive recap, and we +1 to everything that you said, Ivy. Just a quick additional point that we're living in the information age. So information is power. When Ivy is mentioning it's a power dynamic, really. There is one aspect when you're mentioning the government. You dig deep, you ask. That's why we collaborate, right, in this regional dialogue, to find out who's the reformer and who's the champions. But we're also not forgetting those who may not have the opportunity to have those many champions in their country, because opportunities just won't lie with. That's why we engage with the civil society to push for those who are resistant and be the strong advocates, to push for our agenda. We can't be everywhere. So collaboration with everyone really is the key, and start from data, because, information is power. That will be the additional point.
Great, thank you very much. I'd just like to come back to Clara for a second, and then to Mark, and I suspect we're probably coming to the end of our time quite soon. By the way, you should be also keeping an eye, all of you who are listening to us, on the Jamboard, because I did take a quick peek while you were speaking, Nanda, and it doesn't look as though you've got a lot of ideas, you people out there. I mean, I can see 113 people registered on this call, and we've got a handful of ideas, but throw those ideas out and let your imagination run wild. I don't see why. I mean, certainly if we're going to be constrained by our own self-censorship, then we'll never get anywhere. So even ideas that might not seem totally realistic, put them down. We'll be having our community of practices, which I hope some of you will enjoy. Join us after this session. We'll be creating some groups, working groups on this. And I hope that you will bring your ideas and thoughts and experience from different parts of the world. So yeah, please bear that in mind. Yeah, Clara, just coming back to you for a second, what about local administrations? Because a lot of the discussion that I feel we're having about public procurement tends to focus on the national procurement agencies, the national public procurement agencies and the national anti-corruption agencies. But the local administrations, for example, in Indonesia, where you're working at a local level, they're huge, aren't they? I mean, and the corruption that might take place and the lack of access for SMEs, it's a purely local problem. Are you addressing that, and should we be doing more on that for the future?
Yes, thanks very much, Brooke, for that question. So definitely, because I think as you've noted, at COST in Indonesia, we have a subnational government member, which is the Regency of West Lombok. And I think it's been really quite interesting because actually at a local level, we've noticed that it's been a lot easier to get the stakeholders together in a multi-stakeholder group, because I think in a small regency, they know each other, and by creating a platform where they can come together and discuss their issues in a neutral platform, that actually helps to promote public trust. Because I think at the end of the day, I mean, you know, for all what we've been talking about, you know, transparency, accountability, I think at the heart of it, it's really about promoting public trust by citizens, by the private sector, by government in the processes. So I think there is a lot more that can be done. But I think one issue that we did talk about in one of our pre-discussion sessions was that I think for us at COST, one of our primary objectives is to actually ensure that there isn't a need for cost in the future, because we, at the end of the day, it's all these principles that we're looking at where people can work together, but they don't necessarily have to do it as a cost platform, but in any of the platforms that they are working in. So I think that's something that we do really hope to see, that at all levels of government.
Yes. Thank you. This is a great idea. This is the big idea that actually we're also successful in driving this agenda forward of sustainable public procurement, that we reach those the SDGs in 2030, thanks to some really major reforms in the way public procurement is done, and we do ourselves all out of a job. And that is the sign of success, because of course, all our kind of organizations which are basically intervening in various areas where there are gaps in the market, inefficiencies in the market, we shouldn't exist. If everything was being done openly and transparently, then we wouldn't be needed. So that is the sign of success, doing ourselves out of a job. So we might not be able to meet again in 2030, but we will have the satisfaction of knowing that we've been successful because we'll be doing something else. Mark, final word to you. What about funding? I mean, you know, some of this AI stuff, it is about capacity building, it's about people, but it's also about money. I mean, you know, isn't this all going to be terribly expensive? Is there a way of finding the way forward to make a kind of self-funding demand side management structure that could make it possible for impoverished public procurement agencies to make this happen? You're on mute.
Not all technologies cost a fortune. AI, machine learning, there's different categories of AI, of course, but the machine learning type is pretty expensive, the deep learning ones. But I guess one thing that we think about is, we talked about these enormous sums of money, trillions of dollars that get lost all the time. And one thing that some people have been considering is, if governments or the banks particularly, who are the source of all that money, thought a bit more ahead and thought, what if rather than losing 30% of $100 million loan, which would be 30 million, why didn't we put $3 million into making sure that those losses are cut right back? And that $3 million could probably curtail that 30% loss down to 10 or even 5%. So I think one big idea that could be another game changer would be, could there be some way of, rather than just accepting these tremendous losses, that those losses are actually anticipated, and then rather than budgeted for, they're actually, the money is pumped into developing the technologies which stop them happening in the first place. So I think that's something that has potential. What we found, I think, when we've explored this is that, strangely enough, the banks don't really seem to care. It seems like as long as they get their return on their investment, they're not too fussy about what happens to the money. And governments don't seem to care too much either, because as long as the money comes in from the banks and they get to spend it how they want to, they just kind of take the money and they assume that the next generation will pay back the loan and they can retire in comfort, perhaps as multimillionaires. So I guess one question I'm curious about is, where does the buck stop? Which body or which part of the ecosystem can step in and say, those losses are not acceptable, they need to be stopped, and let's find a way of doing it without just assuming, hey, we're going to lose hundreds of millions of dollars here, but no one really seems to care.
Great, thank you, Mark. Well, I think our time is up, isn't it, Darko? So I'm going to just thank our moderators, Clara, Ivy, Nanda, Katya, Mark. Thank you for your participation in this last session and over the last 2 days. And I hope that this will not be the last time we all meet together. I was only joking about 2030 and being out of a job, but there is some truth in this general idea. But between now and then, there's a lot of work to do, and I hope you'll stick with us, with UNDP and FairBiz, and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks so much, Brooke, and thank you so much to all the panelists. It's been really an amazing a conversation, and of course we are continuing. This is not the end, probably just the beginning. But I just wanted to share now with all the participants some of the SurveyMonkey, where we would actually like you to really check what are some of the areas of interest that you would like us actually to pursue further, because I think now we have identified some of the key areas like gender, technology, risks, sustainable public procurement. I think data probably also is one of the things that is actually really emerging. So please click on the SurveyMonkey. Let me do it. I will do it also myself and just kind of share it with you so that you can actually use it, because you can actually use, you can have like the first choice, second choice, third choice, fourth choice, and then any other specific areas that you would like to be discussed. And then we just like your name and organization and email, because as we move forward after the dialogue, we would like to form these kind of like working groups or mini groups where we can actually contact you and really like engage you in some of these topics that will be of interest to you. So please feel free to complete this this survey. I'm just going to give you like a little bit of time, but at the same time, I would like to just give short closing remarks to just say that it has been really like incredible 2 days of actually really discussing so many of different issues, and so great to actually have you all to participate and to actually show what is actually happening in the area of public procurement, and also with the private sector, with government, and with civil society. I think one of the key elements that has actually emerged out of this dialogue has actually been on really like trying to look at how basically data transparency, citizen monitoring, and support to SME participation can be really important in measures to prevent corruption and to basically ensure transparent public spending. So I think we are going to note also your areas of interest, and we will actually also contact you as we basically formulate ideas for our project to be moving forward. Of course, from our side, I think the work will also continue to be on supporting the SMEs in providing them with opportunities so they're able to win the contracts, including support to women-owned and women-led businesses and marginalized groups to compete in a fair and open process. And I think what has been actually emerging from the whole dialogue is this partnership. We cannot do things alone. We have to do it together. And I think this collaboration between government, private sector, and civil society is really crucial in actually ensuring that we get the things right, and that we actually, when we all meet in 2030, we will be all happy about what we actually have achieved. And maybe some of us will go out of the business, but at least we will be doing some other things. So I would really like to use this another opportunity to also, I hope if you have finished with the SurveyMonkey, just to kind of like send another link for the evaluation where you can actually also provide your feedback to the evaluation. And then I basically would just like to have the last words to thank you all. First, UK government, the ASEAN Economic Reform Program, for their support and continuous partnership to our Fair Business project, promoting a fair business environment in ASEAN. Also our partners for the dialogue, UN Women, Open Government Partnership, Infrastructure Transparency Initiative, and Open Contracting Partnerships for your time, for your energy, for your commitment, and really a commitment to make this dialogue a success. And I really thank you so much for all your support and all your partnership. I would also like to thank all the presenters from governments, from civil society and private sector for sharing their ideas, for sharing their experiences and innovations. And this really has made the dialogue truly a collaborative and participatory space for learning and exchange of knowledge. And I would also like to give big thanks to my team, to Sara, to Stefano, Kundari, Sasha, Brooke, Liviana, Kuno, for their really relentless commitment and energy to make this dialogue a success, and Nick Booth for his leadership and support. Our event organizer, Q Studio, Kavia, Monica, and the entire team for providing outstanding technical support. And lastly, to all of you participants for your valuable input, for your ideas, for collaboration in the past 2 days. It has been really amazing, and your energy, enthusiasm, and support has really meant so much for us to actually be able to move forward with this agenda. So we are in this together. We'll be continuing on your support and ideas to move forward in this procurement journey. And thank you so much for all the time, for your commitment, for your energy, and have a great evening. Thank you so much.